Chapter 65 Take Action to Teach a Lesson. Ni Tsuehua was curious about who her real parents were. So was Ni Yang. Because in her past life, she remembered foreigners coming to Dam Village in search of their relatives. They were well dressed and driving a car, attracting a lot of attention. But by then, Ni Tsuehua had already died, and Ni Yang was confined at home by God. She didn't know much about the outside world and didn't know whether those people looking for relatives were related to Ni Tsuehua or not. Was Ni Tsuehua also abandoned because of the preference for boys over girls? Or was there some other hidden story? Ni Yang frowned slightly. The mother and daughter walked together. When they passed by the guard, he warmly asked, "How come you came out so quickly? Did you find Ni Daju?" Ni Yang smiled and said, "We found the wrong person." The guard scratched his head. "I was wondering how Ni Daju, the only child in his family, had a sister." "So you found the wrong person." Considering Ni Tsuehua's condition, Ni Yang found a restaurant to have a meal while consoling her mother. After ordering, Ni Yang poured Ni Tsuehua a glass of water. "Mom, don't be sad. Those kinds of people are not worth it. That kind of brother, it's better not to recognize." "Aha." Ni Tsuehua nodded with red eyes, but her eyes were filled with sadness. Ni Yang sighed, continued, "Mom, even if Ni Daju doesn't recognize you, you still have me and my sister. Don't worry, one day, I will make them regret what they did today." As she spoke, Ni Yang's eyes overflowed with self-confidence, surging with radiance. Ni Tsuehua tightly held Ni Yang's hand and nodded, "Yes, Mama is not sad, Mama is not sad at all." Ni Yang was right. Ni Daju was absolutely ruthless in dealing with things. If she still thought about this brother, then she would be a fool. In the future, she and Ni Yang will work hard to live a good life together and won't let anyone ridicule them anymore. Ni Yang continued, "Then you should smile, you know, a smile can shorten 10 years of life." Looking at such a sensible daughter, Ni Tsuehua showed a smile. "That's right," Ni Yang smiled slightly, "Mom, in the future, we don't need to be sad for someone unimportant, just live our lives well. The most important thing is to live in the present, let the past be the past." "Aha." Ni Tsuehua nodded. After eating, the mother and daughter went to stroll in the department store with the child. This was Ni Tsuehua's first time shopping in such a high-end mall, her eyes full of curiosity. At this time, the department stores were all state-owned, so the salespeople were quite arrogant, often looking at people with disdain. After all, working in a state-owned company was considered a guaranteed job, which most people couldn't reach. In the future, the customer is king. But at this time, it was the salesperson who was king, the customer had to look at their faces. Seeing Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua dressed in average clothes, and with a child, these salespeople didn't take them seriously. The answers to their questions were dismissive, showing an extreme impatience. Because these people were obviously country bumpkins from the countryside. Ni Yang didn't mind, she took Ni Tsuehua and chose clothes from one counter to another. "Mom, I think this one suits you." Ni Yang picked up a matching skirt suit and handed it to Ni Tsuehua. It's a stylish suit, a floral plaid shirt on top and a black skirt below, with a subtle floral pattern on the skirt. Ni Tsuehua quickly waved her hands to refuse. "It's for young girls like you, not suitable for me." Ni Yang smiled and said, "Which young girl would wear this? Besides, you're not old, go try it on. This suit really suits you." Ni Yang pushed Ni Tsuehua towards the fitting room. Just then, a sales assistant who was standing nearby walked up to them, pointing and ordering, "You can't try on this dress. If you try it on, you have to buy it." Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua immediately put the dress down, scared. "Let's not try it, let's not try it, Yang, let's go." Ni Yang isn't someone easy to bully, after all, in her previous life, she owned and managed over 100 restaurants and carried an aura of assertive composure. Ni Yang smiled at the sales assistant. Can't try. Can you show me the rule in this store that specifically states this dress cannot be tried on? Also, where is the rule that says if you try on something you must buy it? Or do you mean this department store is owned by your family and you can make up such rules as you like? Ni Yang was smiling as she spoke, but the sales assistant couldn't detect any humor in her expression. How odd. Although she was just a teenager, her formidable presence felt like a giant ship prevailing against winds and currents. Ni Yang's lips slightly parted as she said, "Please fetch your supervisor now. I want to know how your supervisor normally trains employees." Perspiration broke out in a cold sweat on the sales assistant. She never expected Ni Yang to confront her like this. The usually sharp sales assistant had completely misread Ni Yang. If their superiors found out about today's incident, she would certainly lose her secure position. She had thought Ni Yang was just an easy-to-bully hillbilly, but it turned out she was tougher than the spoiled city girls. "Let's go, Yang, let's leave." Ni Tsuhua stuttered, her voice trembling with fear. Ni Yang turned to Ni Tsuhua, reassuring her softly, "Don't worry, Mom, everyone is equal now." Ni Tsuhua had just arrived from the countryside, carrying an innate sense of insignificance where she felt she was always a step below others, no matter where she was. Ni Yang secretly made up her mind to help her mother get rid of these obsolete habits and learn to be truly independent and strong. This is why today's incident definitely needed to be properly resolved, so her mother could face her own worthiness. Seeing Ni Tsuhua so scared, a flicker of contempt ignited in the sales assistant's heart. Despite Ni Tsuhua being an unsophisticated country bumpkin, who could ignore the fact she had such a formidable daughter? Knowing when to rein in during the troubled times, the sales assistant quickly changed her tune. "Ladies, one apologize for the misunderstanding just now. This dress can indeed be tried on. Please, go ahead." Ni Yang looked at the sales assistant, her tone even and calm. "I want you to apologize to my mother now." Her tone was subtle, yet resounding, allowing no room for dispute. "Apologize?" The sales assistant was taken aback, looking at Ni Yang incredulously. She was expected to apologize to a country bumpkin. How was that possible? But when she met Ni Yang's clear, icy gaze, she quickly capitulated. Feigning respect, she turned to Ni Tsuehua. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, ma'am. Please forgive me." Worried that Ni Yang would not be satisfied, she even gave a deep bow. Ni Tsuehua was dumbfounded to see the sales assistant actually apologizing to her. She responded somewhat dazedly, It's okay." With the apology and the bow given, Ni Yang decided not to stoop to the sales assistant's level. In the first place, Ni Yang just wanted to peacefully help Ni Tsuehua buy some suitable clothes without stirring up trouble. But it was the sales assistant who had ignited the dispute. If she didn't fight back, they might think she was a pushover. Ni Yang picked up the dress and guided Ni Tsuehua to a nearby fitting room. "Mom, I will wait for you outside." Ni Tsuehua responded helplessly, "You, child." The entire scene had been witnessed by a tall and imposing figure. Going up from the same tall figure, a man in a black suit was revealed. He was wearing a black hat that shrouded his features, making his chiseled jawline the only visible part of his face. The man exuded an aura of mystery and prestige. Chapter 66 Driven by the Times, directed by the overall situation _1 The man just stood there, the corner of his mouth lifting into a light smile. Originally, he thought this mother-daughter duo would definitely be at a disadvantage facing the aggressive salesgirl. To his surprise, a girl who looked only about 16 or 17 years old would have such a strong counterattack. Every word, every sentence, left him dumbfounded and deeply impressed. Many city-bred girls wouldn't necessarily have her audacity. Just then, a stocky middle-aged man with a beer belly approached from behind, stood in front of the man, and respectfully said, "This way please." The man slowly withdrew his gaze and took a step forward. Although he moved casually, his manner radiating an immense presence. Regardless of where he was, he existed like a king. As Ni Yang waited by the fitting room for Ni Tsuehua, she suddenly noticed a gaze, both measuring and authoritative, looking her way. Ni Yang glanced back, only to see a tall, imposing figure. With a stature as towering as a jade tree, even his silhouette was enough to command awe and respect. Being new to Beijing, she didn't recognize such a high-ranking figure in society. Maybe, she had made a mistake. Ni Yang casually withdrew her gaze and didn't give it any further thought. About 5 minutes later, Ni Tsuehua emerged from the fitting room. Because it was her first time wearing a skirt, she seemed particularly awkward, constantly tugging at the hemline. Ni Yang looked at her emerging mother and felt a momentary daze. Indeed, clothes make the man. With this outfit on, Ni Tsuehua seemed like a completely different person. Her skin was naturally fair, and she had peach blossom eyes that were very similar to Ni Yang's. Added to the dietary and medicinal treatments of the past month which had faded the freckles and wrinkles on her face, she looked like she was in her late 20s. Where did she resemble a 36-year-old woman? Seeing Ni Yang's stunned expression, Ni Tsuehua nervously said, Yang, is it really ugly? I'll take it off right away." Turning around, Ni Tsuehua was about to head back into the fitting room. "Wait, Mom." Ni Yang immediately stopped her mother. "What's wrong?" Ni Tsuehua looked back, confused. Ni Yang led Ni Tsuehua in front of a mirror. "Take a look yourself." When Ni Tsuehua saw the reflection in the mirror, she was shocked. She had never imagined she could have a day like this. Everyone has a love for beauty. Even Ni Tsuehua, a married woman, was no exception. At that moment, she found herself overcome by complex emotions. In all the years of her marriage, this was the first time she wore such a beautiful dress. It truly looked very stunning. Even more stunning than the red wedding dress she wore on her wedding day. Yang, is this really me?" Ni Tsuehua asked nervously, grasping Ni Yang's hand. "Mom, if it's not you, who could it be?" Ni Yang responded, "You look really stunning in this dress." Ni Tsuehua stood in front of the mirror, examining her reflection up and down, then said, "It's beautiful, yes, but it might not be very practical for getting work done." Ni Tsuehua was a practical woman, always considering the finer details. Ni Yang laughed and said, "Do you think we're still in Dam Village? We don't have to toil in the fields anymore. What heavy work could there possibly be? We're buying this dress." Ni Tsuehua looked around the upscale shop with hesitation. "This place is so fancy, the dress must be expensive, right? You're working hard to earn money. Let's just forget about it." Ni Yang casually replied, "Money is meant to be spent, otherwise it's just paper. Plus, it's not that expensive." Learning from previous experiences, the salesgirl managed to hide her facial expressions well, even though she still didn't believe the mother and daughter could afford such a dress. She simply said, "This dress costs 28 yuan. 28 yuan might just be enough to buy a pound of beef in future. But in this era, it could cover 2 months of rent. A common worker's monthly wage is only 28 yuan. Upon hearing this, Ni Tsuehua turned pale with fright. "So expensive? Forget it. Forget it." The saleswoman knew this would happen. Contempt gradually appeared in her eyes, and she said impatiently, "This is the latest style from Guangguan, of course it's a bit pricey with such high-quality material. If you don't want it, I'll put it away." 2 paupers. They can't afford clothes but still strut around here like big shots. Disgusting. Ni Yang gave a faint smile. "Well, take this one, wrap it up." The saleswoman didn't expect Ni Yang would suddenly say such a thing. The contempt in her eyes quickly turned to astonishment. Wrap it up. Is she boasting or serious? Before the saleswoman could react, Yang casually pointed at a few clothes they had just looked at and said, well, also take this one, and this one, wrap them all together. You want all of them? The saleswoman nervously swallowed. Yang nodded slightly, yes. Yang, why are you buying so many? Tsuhua quickly tried to stop Yang. Yang laughed and said, we can't have you wearing the same skirt every day, can we? Yang had a keen eye for fashion, all the clothes she had just picked out suited Tsuhua perfectly. But I don't need so many. Besides, these clothes are too expensive. One do have clothes. A single dress costs 28 yuan, so all these clothes must cost nearly 100, right? The thought of it alone makes my heart ache, Tsuhua remarked. Yang continued, it's not that much, it's only 4 items including this dress. The clothes they brought from Dam Village were all old and patched up. They were obviously unsuitable for now, so Yang went ahead and bought Tsuhua 4 new outfits. Besides that dress, the other 3 were everyday clothes. But Tsuhua was about to say something else, but Yang gently pressed her shoulder and said, Mother. No more buts, we're no longer in Dam Village. Our lives are going to get better, and we can definitely afford a few pieces of clothing. The saleswoman next to them made a complete attitude flip, asking them very respectfully, do you want me to wrap them up for you now? Yang glanced at her, wrap it. Alright, please wait a moment. The saleswoman bowed slightly, smiled sweetly, then turned around to wrap the clothes. Seeing her like this, Tsuhua surprisedly said, why did this young lady's attitude change so fast, just like flipping a book? She was so indifferent just now. Yang laughed and said, just the way of the world, it's not her fault. Oh, Tsuhua nodded in a half-understanding way. The 4 pieces of clothing cost a total of 108 yuan. Yang willingly took out the money to pay, while Tsuhua next to her felt heartache. She never thought there would be a day when she would spend 100 yuan on clothes. 108 yuan, it's almost the annual income of the Mu family. After buying the clothes, Yang took Tsuhua to the lingerie counter. Bras have existed since 1914, but they just hadn't been brought to the countryside yet. Yang was already 17 and still wearing the ancient belly band, while Tsuhua hadn't even seen a bra before. Therefore, in the countryside at that time, many women's breasts began to sag prematurely before they were even 30 years old. Although Yang had been paying attention to dietary skincare recently, Quihua's breasts were already showing signs of sagging. However, with the help of a bra and the dietary skincare, she would definitely have a perfect bust shape. This was the first time Tsuhua had seen a bra, and she curiously asked, Yang, what is this? Chapter 67 Become Stronger. Don't hold your daughter back. _1 Seeing Tsuhua like this, Yen whispered a few words in her ear. After Tsuhua understood the purpose of these strange clothes, she promptly blushed and felt uncomfortable all over. Yang, let's go, she said. Yen laughed and said, Mom, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. These days, everyone in the city wears these. Not only can they prevent female diseases, but they also prevent sagging breasts. Tsuhua still felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone in the city wears these. Yes. Yen nodded, pulling Tsuhua along. Mom, you pick a style you like. Quihua's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Anyway, it's worn inside, any style will do. Seeing Tsuhua like this, Yen didn't make it difficult for her. She picked 2 styles suitable for young girls and young women, and told the salesperson, could we have 2 pieces each of C and D cup in these styles? The C cups were for her and the D cups were for Tsuhua. So, all of Yen's good genes were inherited from Tsuhua. Of course, the dietary therapy she underwent recently also played a role. Those beauty and health recipes were not consumed for nothing. As a woman herself, envy couldn't be hidden in the sales assistant's eyes when Yen mentioned the sizes. Who would have thought that such a slender girl had such a full-bodied figure, and she was so pretty, too? Life is really unfair. 4 pieces for 98 yuan, the salesperson continued. 98 yuan. A small piece of fabric was that expensive. Tsuihua was taken aback, and just as she was about to stop Yen had already paid. Yen noticed Kuihua's concerns and reassured her in a low voice, "Mom, don't worry. We have money now. We don't have to be as frugal as before. Our future life will be like flowers blooming, getting better every day." Tsuihua looked at Yen's radiant eyes, unconsciously nodding her head. After buying the underwear, Yen also bought Yun several sets of clothes, and finally shoes, head to toe, inside and out, everything was renewed. After leaving the department store, Yen took Tsuihua to visit some grocery stores, buying some daily necessities. In the past, Tsuihua always stayed in the countryside, with little exposure to the world and a narrow worldview. Looking at the bustling and prosperous streets of Beijing, Tsuihua realized how insignificant she had been. Looking at her excellent daughter beside her, Tsuihua secretly decided to be strong in the future and not hold Yen back. After shopping and returning home, it was already past 7 in the evening. There wasn't enough time to cook. So, Yen cooked a large pot of health porridge. The porridge contained shrimps, greens, lean meat, and diced carrots. It was not only delicious but also had the effect of whitening the skin and enhancing the bust. While the porridge simmered in the casserole, Yen made several potato pancakes. After brushing a layer of chili oil on the potato pancake and sprinkling it with sesame and chopped peanuts, the taste of the spicy and fresh pancake paired with the delicious health porridge was simply divine. 3 women effortlessly finished a pot of porridge and more than 10 potato pancakes. The time since Tsuihua and her daughter moved here had probably been the happiest for Chingue since she lost her husband. In the past, every time she returned from work, she would find cold pots and stoves. So, she didn't want to leave work and didn't want to go home. Now, the thing she looked forward to the most was getting off work every day. Tsuihua and Yen, although not her relatives, made her feel a sense of home. After dinner, Tsuihua showed Chingue the new clothes they bought on the street today. With such a good daughter as Yang, Tsuihua wished to share her happiness with everyone in the world. Chingue said with a smile, "These clothes are really beautiful. Not only is your daughter Yang a good cook, she also has a great taste in clothes." Tsuihua reproached, "All she knows is to spend money." Chingue patted Kuihua's back, "With such a sensible daughter, all you have to do is hide under the covers and smile." Hearing this, Tsuihua squinted her eyes in amusement. Yes, in her lifetime, having Yang as her daughter was indeed a blessing. If it weren't for Yang, she would still be struggling in Dam Village. The next day, Yang was back at her stall selling noodles as usual. Unlike other days, there wasn't a long queue in front of the stall today. Only a few scattered people, including Li Gongqing, were standing there. "Xiaoni, you're here." Upon seeing Yang coming, Li Gongqing greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Li." Yang bowed slightly. "Good morning," Li Gongqing continued. "Oh, by the way, Xiaoni, there's something I want to discuss with you." Yang said while tending to the stove, "Please say, Mr. Li." After yesterday's incident, Li Gongqing had completely dispelled his immature thoughts about Yang. He deeply understood that this young girl was not an average person, and not someone a small-timer like him could trifle with. Li Gongqing was mentally preparing how to tactfully explain his intention to Yang. "Well, our family's elderly lady really enjoys your noodles. but as the elderly need a more balanced diet, could you bring some appropriate food for her every morning? After saying this, Li Gongqing continued, we can negotiate the price, as long as she likes it. Yang thought for a moment, then said, okay, I'll give it a try. It's too late for today, come earlier tomorrow to collect it. Li Gongqing was surprised that Yang agreed so quickly. Doesn't that mean, Xiaoni, you agree? It was just yesterday that she refused to be a cook even when Mr. Song offered her a high salary. Why did she agree so quickly today? Li Gongqing thought that Yang was going to negotiate some conditions with him. Yang nodded, well, I'll give it a try, but I'm not sure if your elderly lady will like what I make. It's absurd to refuse a chance to make money. After all, making a dish isn't that difficult. Moreover, it's different from a regular 9-to-5 job. Sounds good, Li Gongqing handed Yang a large union, hey raise the deposit. So it's settled then, Xiaoni. I'll come and collect it tomorrow morning. If the elderly lady likes it, Mr. Song said he'll pay you 100 yuan each month, the main point is to let the elderly lady eat well. Fine. Yang nodded slightly. Li Gongqing continued, now, can you make 3 bowls of noodles, as usual? After saying this, Li Gongqing suddenly realized something was strange and asked, did I come too early? Why isn't anyone queuing today? Yang was also puzzled. Just then, a middle-aged woman who came for noodles arrived. Boss, make me a bowl of noodles. Okay. Yang replied. After Yang responded, the middle-aged woman said, Boss, can the noodles be cheaper? The pickle fish noodles over there are only 2.5 yuan a bowl, while yours are 3 yuan. Chapter 68. Is she playing hard to get? _1 Yang had known all along that after her sour fish noodle soup became popular, imitators would appear. However, she didn't expect them to turn up so quickly. She was watching the middle-aged woman trying to haggle. With a smile, Yang said, I'm sorry, comrade, this is a small business, I can't lower the price any further. The imitator's pickled fish noodles had just come out and it was also 5 cents cheaper per bowl. Naturally, everyone would choose the newcomer, seeking novelty and cheaper prices. The appearance of the imitator had its pros and cons for Yang. The advantage was that the quality difference would be highlighted only in comparison. Yang was now using a secret recipe for the pickles and the chili. The imitator could never replicate the exact same taste. Yang was still full of confidence in her own skills. The disadvantage was that they had taken over most of her business this morning. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman found a place to sit down and continued, if the queue wasn't so long over there, I would have eaten there. Make me a bowl first. Yang smiled and said, all right, please wait a moment. Li Gongqing was looking at Yang, thinking that this girl was getting more and more interesting. Even when her business was being taken away, she was still so calm and collected. Wasn't she worried at all? Though she was just a teenager, she was doing work that many adults couldn't handle. Yang served up the boiled noodles. At this time, a few more customers came to eat noodles. Little boss, 3 bowls of noodles, please add extra chili and cilantro, no vinegar. All right, please wait a moment. Yang replied with a smile. Although there weren't as many customers lined up as before, the 5 small tables were never left empty. The customers kept coming and going. After all, quality was something that couldn't be overlooked. Yang still had many loyal old customers. Yang was constantly busy in front of her stall. She was wearing a light blue shirt on the top, and black wide-legged pants on the bottom. Although her clothes looked rustic, she was elegantly radiating a classical beauty. Light blue is a very picky color and it won't look good on people with slightly dark skin. Worn poorly, it could even create a reverse effect. Usually, colors complement people, but in Yang's case, it was the person who complemented the color. The light blue seemed to be born specifically for her, making her already fair skin even more nearly translucent. The rising steam blurred her face, rendering her jade-like features vague and elusive, which added to her mysterious beauty, as though she were in a fairyland. A black car was parked not far away, and the man sitting in the car had thin lips tightly pressed, silently watching the scene. He was holding a file in his hand, and his cold face was almost expressionless. After a while, he lightly opened his thin lips and spoke in a low voice. "How long has she been setting up a stall here?" "It's been over a month." The driver Xiao Zhao respectfully answered. "Over a month?" Mo Baichuan slightly narrowed his eyes and continued asking, "Has she been setting up a stall and selling noodles for this whole month?" The driver Xiao Zhao nodded, "Yes." After he spoke, he added, "According to my investigation, business seems to be quite good, people are lining up every morning, just don't know what happened this morning." Saying this, Xiao Zhao strangely scratched his head. Listening to this, Mo Baichuan didn't say anything. He furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes pitch black, deep as the sea. He prided himself on being adept at reading people, but he just couldn't figure out this Ni Yang. According to the investigation, Ni Yang was never married. Instead, she escaped from Dam Village with her wit and arrived at Beijing. So, did she choose Beijing because of him? From the first time they met, to the second time, and then the third time, was it all part of her plan? The fact that she could make herself comfortable in Beijing implied that she was certainly not an ordinary person. Mo Baichuan's gaze deepened. "By the way, Master, I also found out that Master Song seems quite interested in her too," Xiao Zhao added. "Speak." Mo Baichuan pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After lighting one up and holding it at the corner of his mouth, the thin lips lightly clasping the cigarette, his exhale and inhale was inexplicably sexy. What on earth made Song Beiqing interested in her? The little girl was young, but she was quite capable. Mo Baichuan slowly exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. Xiao Zhao carefully chose his words, then continued, "The noodle dish that the old lady recently enjoys the most is bought from Ni Yang. Is it her?" Mo Baichuan was taken aback, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Xiao Zhao nodded. Moreover, Master Song tried everything he could to employ Ni Yang at a high salary, but he didn't succeed. I heard from Xiaoli that he even raised the monthly salary to over 50,000. He even let Ni Yang name a price, but none of these moved her. This is interesting. A monthly salary of over 50,000, what does this signify? It signifies instant wealth. Generally speaking, no one can resist such magnificent wealth. Ni Yang must be selling noodles for the money. So why would she refuse Song Beiqing? Why refuse this enormous wealth? Unless she has set her sights even higher. Isn't there a saying? The most beautiful things often carry deadly poison. Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes, which were as black and deep as a phoenix's. After a moment, he gently moved his gaze from Ni Yang and said, "Let's go, well go back. After all, Ni Yang is just a woman. No matter how she tried, she couldn't move his mountain. Moreover, Song Beiqing is not a fool. He's experienced in the world of romance. If Ni Yang targeted him, she would only end up empty-handed, losing both her body and heart." However, Mo Baichuan was looking forward to seeing what Ni Yang would do next. For now, he just needs to wait and watch. When the time is right, he will personally strip away her beautiful facade. The car sped fast, raising a cloud of dust. Mo family. Two elderly women with white hair were sitting in Mo Huti's room. One was the old lady Mo. The other one was old lady Mo's old friend, old lady Zheng from the Zheng family. The two elderly women looked at Mo Huti lying in bed, their eyes filled with heartache and sadness. Poor Mo Huti, such a small child, suffered from illness every day, and she had already become a bag of bones. Old Lady Jing asked in a low voice, Erwin, you mentioned earlier that there's a famous doctor in Jiangnan who might be able to cure Xiao Dai's illness. How's it going? Has the doctor come to see her? Hearing this, Old Lady Mo sighed. The famous doctor is too arrogant, refusing to treat anyone from the Mo or Yang families. I've already asked a friend to help, we should have news soon. The friend that Lady Mo mentioned was Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian also promised her that she would definitely convince the divine doctor from Jiangnan. Now, all of Old Lady Mo's hope was on this rumored divine doctor. Hearing this, Old Lady Jing nodded. At that moment, Mo Huti slowly woke up on the bed. The first thing she said after opening her eyes was, Grandma, did Guobao come to see me these days? Chapter 69 Filial Piety. The daughter who was lost for 33 years because of her long-term illness, Mo Huti only had one good friend, Yang Guobao. Furthermore, no parent would wish for their child to hang around with a sickly kid. What if their child caught whatever she had? Previously, Yang Guobao would come to see her every few days. But now, if her memory served her, Yang Guobao hadn't come to see her in more than a month. Could it be that Yang Guobao had already? At this thought, Mo Huti's expression darkened. Grandma Mo continued, didn't I tell you? Guobao was taken to the countryside by his mother, and he hasn't returned yet. Will Guobao come back? Mo Huti asked again. This question was a bit difficult for Grandma Mo to answer. Yang Guobao had been taken away by Wang Meifeng for over a month now, and they had not received any news. Who could be sure about the situation? Old Lady Jing interjected, haven't the Yang family thought of bringing back Wang Meifeng and her son? If the daughter-in-law was wrong, that was her problem, but their grandson was still their descendant. Would they just leave him stranded without a care? Grandma Mo said, Gobeo's grandma is also very stubborn. She's still waiting for Wang Meifeng to admit her mistake. If Wang Meifeng doesn't acknowledge it, the Yangs won't actively bring them back. After saying this, Grandma Mo continued, but this is really Wang Meifeng's fault. She's a college student, yet she was tricked by a teenager. Isn't it laughable? Old Lady Jing pondered, maybe, that young girl has got some skills. Grandma Mo replied, old sister, we've lived for so many years. Have you seen a teenage divine doctor? Especially a female one. No need to mention several. Even one, she had not seen. Moreover, all the historical divine doctors in China were men. When did a little girl become one? Old Lady Jing laughed, you're right. The two old sisters chatted casually for a while. Mo Huti lay in her bed, listening. After a while, she fell asleep. Old Lady Jing held Mo Huti's hand, her expression difficult to decipher. After a while, she muttered, if one hadn't lost anything back then, perhaps her child would be as old as Xiao Dai by now. It's all my fault. I'm useless. Her voice was filled with sadness and regret. Just then, a figure rushed past the door. The figure didn't go far but hid in a corner, listening to the conversation inside. Hearing this, Grandma Mo sighed, comforting, Aching, it's not your fault about what happened back then. Don't be too hard on yourself. Now you have Lingling, don't you? Lingling is sensible and filial, and she gave you an outstanding granddaughter. It's as if they were your own. Old Lady Jing croaked, but Tingting is my daughter, who I carried for 9 months and gave birth to. She was only 3 when she went missing. If she's still alive, she'd be 36 this year. If one weren't so useless as a mother, she could have enjoyed a happy life. But now, I don't even know whether she's alive. Even though Old Lady Jing had adopted a girl who had children of her own, she couldn't help but miss her biological daughter. After all, she was her own child she carried for 9 months. How could she just forget? Don't worry, Aching, Grandma Mo patted Old Lady Jing's hand, comforting, Tingting was a blessed child. She must be living well now. Maybe it won't be long before you can reunite. Mrs. Xing was choked up with emotion, her voice barely a whisper. 33 years had passed, and she had never stopped searching for her daughter, but there had been no sign of her to this day. In her heart, Mrs. Xing had a feeling about what might have happened, but she was unwilling to accept the reality. Mrs. Mo watched Mrs. Xing, who was drowning in sorrow, without knowing how to comfort her. Only someone who has lost a daughter can truly understand this pain. At this moment, they heard slight footsteps at the door. Then came a knock. Mrs. Xing quickly wiped the tears from her face. "Come in," said Mrs. Mo. A girl of about 17-18 walked in with a tray. Grandma Mo." Mrs. Mo looked up, her face brightening. "Xianjing has come." Xianjing. Seeing Xianjing, a smile crept onto Mrs. Xing's face. Even though Xianjing was the child of her adopted daughter Lingling, Mr. and Mrs. Xing loved their granddaughter dearly and indulged her in every way. They had even discussed that if they couldn't ever find their biological daughter, they would leave all their legacy to Xianjing once they passed away. Even if they did find their biological daughter in the future, she would still give half the inheritance to Xianjing. Moreover, Xianjing was an excellent student. At only 18, she had already been admitted to a prestigious university and was studying finance and management. "Grandma Mo, one borrowed your kitchen for a bit and made some mung bean soup. This is your bowl, and this is for my grandma." As Xianjing spoke, she handed over the bowls of mung bean soup with both hands to the two elderly women. Mrs. Mo joked, "Xianjing, you divided these so clearly, one hope you didn't put something extra in your grandma's bowl to make it taste better than mine." Xianjing, taken aback, replied, "My grandma has a bit of a headache, so I added a little bit of herbal medicine to her mung bean soup." On hearing this, Mrs. Mo was surprised and said, "Xianjing, did you prepare these two bowls of mung bean soup separately?" Xianjing nodded. "Xianjing, you really are so considerate." Mrs. Mo took Xianjing's hand, nodding in agreement. "Your grandma is so lucky to have a respectful and caring granddaughter like you in this life." Making two separate bowls of mung bean soup might seem like a small thing, but the thoughtfulness involved was exceptional. The preparation itself was straightforward, but making them separately would have been quite bothersome. Many biological grandchildren perhaps wouldn't have the patience for such a lavish display of affection. Respectful and caring. On hearing this, a scoffing smile flickered in Xianjing's eyes. She was indeed very affectionate. But all her affection had gone to the dogs. She treated Mrs. Xing so well, but Mrs. Xing was still hung up on her biological daughter who had probably been dead for centuries now. Naturally, blood is thicker than water. How could she, a granddaughter born out of an adopted daughter, ever compare to a biological child? A mocking smile crossed Xianjing's heart, but she didn't let it show as she modestly said, "Grandma Mo, I'm not as good as you say 1 a.m., this is just what any granddaughter should do." Mrs. Xing looked at her excellent and understanding granddaughter and said, "Xianjing is just like her mother, always respectful and loving ever since she was a child." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lingling is also a respectful child, our Xianjing takes after her mother." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xianjing said, "Oh, grandmas, you're teasing me again. Please try the mung bean soup. It's refreshing and helps drive out the heat in the summer, and also helps detoxify." Chapter 70. It's not easy for us to have a good life. _1 The taste of the mung bean soup was mediocre. Nevertheless, out of respect for Xianjing's effort, the two elders gulped down the soup in one go. "Grandma, let me wipe your mouth." Xianjing handed over a clean handkerchief in a timely manner. Elder Lady Mo teased from the side, "Indeed, a biological grandmother is a biological grandmother. Look at her, handing bowls and offering handkerchiefs. Me, a stranger, cannot enjoy such a privilege. Biological grandmother." There was a cold sneer in Xianjing's heart. Elder Lady Jing never treated her as a biological granddaughter. This appellation was truly ironic. Jing Xianjing remarked with a smile, Granny Mo, once Xiao Dai is better, she will definitely be even more filial than me. Of course, Elder Lady Mo liked hearing this comment. She also firmly believed that Mo Hyuri would definitely recover. It had to be said, Jing Xianjing was indeed a pleasing person. She knew how to win the favor of the elderly. In fact, since the day her mother had informed her that she and Elder Lady Jing did not share any blood relation, she had started being cautious, afraid of offending these two elders with her words or actions. Therefore, her obedient and considerate behavior over these years was all a facade. Because she had to please these two elders of the Jing family, only then would she have the chance to inherit everything from the Jing family. However, today, upon hearing Elder Lady Jing's words, she felt an unprecedented threat. From Elder Lady Jing's words, it was not difficult to deduce that all these years they had been searching for that lost biological daughter, it was just that they had never found her. But what if? What if one day they did find her? What would their family do then? Therefore, she must find a way to make the elderly couple of the Jing family draft their will sooner than later. Otherwise, she would never be able to rest easy. All that the Jing family owned was hers. Why should she have to give it all away? Thinking of this, a faint light flashed in Jing Xianjing's eyes. At this moment, the door was pushed open once again. A kind-faced middle-aged woman walked in from outside the door. Mom, Auntie Mo. Lingling is here, Elder Lady Mo greeted with a broad smile. The person who came was none other than Elder Lady Jing's adopted daughter, Jing Lingling. As soon as Jing Lingling arrived, she stood behind Elder Lady Jing, massaging her shoulders. Elder Lady Mo praised her non-stop, saying how filial Jing Lingling was. Jing Xianjing continued, my mom is massaging Grandma. Grandma Mo, let me massage you. I have recently learned a new massage technique. As Jing Xianjing spoke, she began to massage Elder Lady Mo. Elder Lady Mo was so pleased that her mouth curled up in a smile. This mother-daughter duo massaged the elders quietly, not disturbing their conversation. Elder Lady Mo, under Jing Xianjing's massage, blissfully closed her eyes. As if suddenly reminded of something, Elder Lady Jing asked, Erwin, how has your sixth child been lately? At these words, a glint of light flashed across Jing Xianjing's usually tranquil gaze. Elder Lady Mo closed her eyes and said disappointedly, still the same, entirely useless. Elder Lady Jing let out a sigh, all your children are so talented, it's just the sixth one who has turned out to be utterly good for nothing. Elder Lady Mo had a total of 6 children. 5 sons and 1 daughter. The sixth one mentioned by Elder Lady Jing was Elder Lady Mo's youngest son, and also the son causing her the most worry. Each of the other 5 children of the Mo family, including grandson Mo Baichuan, were influential figures in Beijing. This sixth child, he is the least impressive of the Mo family. Well, him. He never went to college. Never held a job. Even now, he's still an idle drifter. He basically just eats and waits for death, wandering around, often not returning home for several months, even a year. Because of this, he's become a joke among the aristocratic circles in Beijing. Ugh, don't even mention him. Lady Mo sighed irritably. That boy is such a headache. Lady Jing patted Lady Mo's hand, consoling her, don't worry too much about it, everyone grows and develops at their own pace. Forget it, muttered Lady Mo scornfully, I've given up on hoping he'll make anything of himself in my lifetime. Mrs. Jing glanced at her daughter's expressions quietly, she has been observing for a while now. Each time they mentioned this disrespectful sixth child of the Mo family, her daughter, Jing Xianjing seems a bit off. Although this good-for-nothing sixth child of Mo family doesn't possess much talent, he is indeed blessed with good looks. It couldn't be, her daughter, has taken a liking to the worthless sixth of Mo family. Zhang Lingling faintly felt worried. Her daughter should aim to marry someone of Song Biqing's or Mo Baichuan status, not end up with the incompetent sixth of Mo family. No way. She had to banish this absurd idea from her daughter's mind immediately. Therefore, during lunch, Zhang Lingling finally found a chance to talk to her daughter privately. Xianjing, Zhang Lingling called out to Zhang Xianjing. What's the matter, Mom? Zhang Xianjing turned back. With a hushed voice, Zhang Lingling asked, Your mom wants to know, have you fallen for the sixth of Mo family? Zhang Xianjing replied a bit awkwardly, No. No. Zhang Lingling narrowed her eyes. Xianjing, you're my daughter. I can tell what you're thinking. Listen to me, you must quit this absurd idea right now. If you have time, put in more efforts towards Song Beiqing or Mo Baichuan. Either one of them would be 1,000 times better than that sixth of Mo family. Finishing her words, Zhang Lingling continued sincerely, Xianjing, your mother struggled to make a life like this. I hope you can always stay on top of the world. That sixth of Mo family, all he knows is to ask for money from his family, what can he possibly provide you? Zhang Xianjing obediently nodded her head, Okay, Mom. One understand. Of course, she wants to stay on top. In fact, she wants to be at the very top. It's just that there are certain things she doesn't feel comfortable discussing with her mother. Just when Zhang Lingling was about to say something else, Zhang Xianjing preempted her. Oh Mom, I heard something today. What was it? Zhang Lingling quickly asked. Zhang Xianjing continued, I heard that old woman has been secretly looking for her biological daughter for years. I'm worried, Zhang Lingling frowned severely, those two troublemakers. I've been nothing but good to them, and they still treat us as outsiders. Xianjing, don't worry. As long as your mom's here, one won't let anyone take anything that belongs to us. With her mother's very promise, Zhang Xianjing felt relieved. Over on Yurtist Road's morning market. Probably because the market was not bustling today, Ni Yang only managed to sell all of her 500 bowls of noodles around noon. After cleaning up her stall, she rode her bicycle to the vegetable market. On the way, she conveniently passed by the newly opened sour fish stall. It was approaching lunchtime, not only was the place filled with noodle eaters, but there was also a long queue forming. But what surprised her more was the owner of this stall. The person wasn't someone else, it was Zhu Yonghong's mother, Sun Chuanxiang, who was arrested a month ago. With Zhu Yonghong still in jail, Sun Chuanxiang had a middle-aged man helping her who bore a look similar to Zhu Yonghong. She assumed that this man was Zhu Yonghong's father. What an interesting family. The daughter hires thugs to destroy the competition, while the parents directly turn into copiers. When she noticed that Ni Yang passed by this place, Sun Chuanxiang kept her head high and called out with a triumph in her voice, Come on everybody, delicious pickled fish noodles. Just 0.25 yuan a bowl. Only 0.25 yuan a bowl. Chapter 71 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 words chapter, Seeking Support. Sun Chuanxiang was deliberately flaunting in front of Ni Yang. Isn't it just a bowl of pickled fish noodles? Who can't make that? Ni Yang is just a lowly wench. Previously, not only did she steal their business, she even caused her daughter to get arrested. It didn't matter that Zhu Yonghong was taken in, what mattered was it affected her son who was in college. Now, her son has been forced to suspend school and is under investigation at home. She had no idea when her son could return to campus. Their family had been farmers for 3 generations, never producing anyone successful. They finally had a golden phoenix, only to be ruined by Ni Yang, that wench. If it weren't for Ni Yang, would such a disaster have happened? For a moment, Sun Chuanxiang wished she could bite Ni Yang to death. However, she has now taken her revenge, successfully taking away all of Ni Yang's customers. It was obvious that Ni Yang hadn't sold a single bowl of noodles this morning. Ni Yang can still smile now. But she's probably going to cry tomorrow morning. Cheap hussy, serves you right. Thinking about it, Sun Chuanxiang became even more self-satisfied. Ni Yang appeared unaffected, ignoring Sun Chuanxiang. It wasn't pride, but rather that the taste of Sun Chunxiang's pickled fish stank. Even if sold cheaply, it wouldn't keep many customers, except for a few bargain hunters. Those who truly care about taste won't be returning customers. After all, whether it's the pickling of the fish, the chili, or even the sour vegetable in Ni Yang's pickled fish noodles, there's a secret recipe involved. Sun Chuanxiang was simply running out of tricks. Why should she lower herself to the same level as such people? As it turns out, she should really be thanking Sun Chuanxiang. After all, only the inferior can highlight the superior. Isn't there an old saying? Often imitated, never surpassed. Ni Yang arrived at the vegetable market, bought some vegetables, meat, fruits, and about a dozen fish, tied them all on the bike, and just as she was about to ride back, she saw some trendy young men and women, each holding a can of Jianlibo energy drink. Jianlibo is a kind of soft drink unique to this era. Soft drink? Ni Yang thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. At this time, a bottle of Jianlibo was quite expensive and most families couldn't afford it. However, an iced Jianlibo did have a great effect on beating the heat. Now, it was summer. Many customers would be sweating and wanting to quench their thirst after eating halfway through a bowl of pickled fish noodles. Customers who spend 30 cents for a bowl of noodles certainly won't spend over 1 yuan for Jianlibo or Derbyshire fruit-flavored carbonated drinks to quench their thirst. So, she could use other beverages instead of a carbonated drink. As long as it tastes good, sells at a cheap price, and matches well with pickled vegetable noodles, it will surely sell well. Ni Yang's eyes narrowed, a glint of light sparkling beneath them as she immediately turned her bike around and headed the other way. On the way, she passed Li Dongliang's shop. Li Wei was away at school. The people in the shop today were Li Dongliang and his wife, Qian Jinfeng. The couple was chatting about something at the shop's entrance. Seeing Ni Yang riding over, Li Dongliang greeted her with a smile. "Yang Yang, how come you're back again?" He noticed some fresh grass carp hanging on the back of Ni Yang's bike. Could it be that this girl's business was really that good? That doesn't seem right. A young girl like her, how can she possibly cook something delicious? Moreover, it's fish, something everyone dislikes. Perhaps she was just making it seem like her business was good to avoid being made fun of. But why? What's the purpose of her doing this? Li Dongliang narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept over Ni Yang's face. Although Ni Yang was illiterate and quite plainly dressed, there was no denying that her face was truly striking. He had seen many people while doing business every day, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as Ni Yang. Could it be? Li Dongliang suddenly thought of his son, Li Wei. His son was quite good-looking, and not only was he a high school student, he would be a college student in the future. His future was limitless. Li Dongliang realized it all of a sudden. Ni Yang's ambitions were indeed high, daring to set her sights on his son. Thinking about it, when Li Dongliang looked at Ni Yang there was caution in his eyes. His son was so accomplished, he did not have to worry about finding a good wife in the future. Moreover, it said that marriages should be matched in social and economic status. Someone like Ni Yang, trying to marry up, was not suitable for his son at all. Chapter 72 Encounter Again, First Order, 10,000 words chapter, Ask for support, _2. His son deserved a better girl, perhaps in the future, he could even marry a CEO's daughter. Ni Yan could not have imagined that Li Dongliang had such thoughts. She still replied with a heartful smile, "Hello, uncle and auntie, I'm going to buy some stuff from the pharmacy." Going to the pharmacy. If she was really going to the pharmacy, why didn't she stop there on her way? Why is she coming back instead? She must be up to some shifty business. A touch of ridicule flashed in Li Dongliang's eyes. Yen was cycling very fast, and in a blink of an eye she slipped past the couple. Qian Jinfeng curiously asked, "Hey, is that young girl the Yen you've mentioned before?" She's quite polite, not at all like a girl from the countryside. People just arrived from the countryside are normally very shy, restrained, and humble, but Qian Jinfeng only saw confidence in Yan's demeanor. And she was very beautiful. Even though it was just a passing glance, Yan had already impressed Qian Jinfeng. Li Dongliang snorted, "That little girl has big plans." Qian Jinfeng was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Li Dongliang then told Qian Jinfeng what he was thinking. After hearing it, Qian Jinfeng's face was full of astonishment. "Li, I think your analysis makes sense. But don't worry, our Xiaowei is not that shallow. He's a sensible boy, even if Yen has a little trick up her sleeve, Xiaowei won't fall for her." Li Dongliang nodded his head. Qian Jinfeng sighed. "I really didn't expect that young girl to be like this. What on earth was her parents' upbringing? Such a failure. Fortunately, our Xiaowei isn't like that." Yen arrived at the pharmacy. She parked her bike at the entrance. It was the critical period of Western medicine's prevalence and the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, so there were no other customers in the traditional Chinese medicine store except the salesperson. The salesperson greeted enthusiastically when he saw someone entering. "Hello comrade, what can I help you with?" Yen smiled and replied, "Could you please get me a kilo of dark plum, a kilo of hawthorn, a kilo of dried tangerine peel, a kilo of licorice, and a kilo of roselle flower?" People usually purchase traditional Chinese medicine by grams, yet this young girl requested kilos. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Young comrade, are you sure you want a kilo of each item? Instead of 10 grams? Yen nodded, "Yes, how much is it?" "I'll pay first." "Wait a moment, let me calculate." The salesperson picked up his abacus and started calculating. Yen glanced at the price list on the wall then said, 5 kilos of medicine should cost 2 yuan, 4 cents, and 3 mils. After saying that, Yen took out the change from her pocket and placed it on the counter. 2 yuan, 4 cents, and 3 mils. Could this young girl calculate so accurately? She must be guessing, right? The salesperson continued to operate his abacus suspiciously without looking up at Yen. However, a moment later, the salesperson was amazed at Yen's ability to calculate to the penny accurately when he saw the result on his abacus. This young girl was indeed remarkable. She calculated the exact amount right down to the penny. The salesperson collected the money on the counter, weighed the medicine and handed it to Yen, then asked curiously, "Young comrade, what do you need all this medicine for? Besides, these medicines can't cure diseases, they can only be used as adjuvants in usual practice." Yen smiled and said, "Actually, it's not really medicine. I'm using it to make a drink." "These medicines can be used to make a drink?" The salesperson was surprised. Yen nodded. After buying the main ingredients for sour plum soup, Yen went to the store again to buy some rock sugar and dried osmanthus flowers. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Yen returned home. Tsuehua had been waiting at the doorstep. Seeing Yen cycling back, Tsuehua immediately went to meet her. Yang, why are you so late today?" Yen usually got home around 12 o'clock. Tsuehua was so worried that Yen could have met with some accidents. Yen smiled mysteriously, "I bought some interesting things." "What interesting things?" Knowing her daughter's mischievous nature, Tsuehua couldn't help but be a bit curious. Yen continued to maintain her mystery, "You'll know tonight. By the way, where's Yunyun? Ni Tsuhua laughed. Yunyun is sleeping. I've left you some food in the pot. You should go and eat first, it'll tidy up these things for you. Chapter 73 Encounter Again, First Order, 10,000 Words Chapter, Ask for Support, _3. Ni Yang was already hungry. I will go to eat first then, thank you for your hard work. Go ahead. Ni Tsuhua watched Ni Yang with a pleasant smile. The midday meal was good, 2 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, cold cucumber salad, and tomato and egg soup. After eating and drinking heartily, Ni Yang arrived at the kitchen. In the kitchen, Ni Tsuehua was already busy slicing fish and making fishbone soup. Ni Yang took out the 5 packets of medicinal herbs she had bought, then found a flat-bottomed pot, in which she put crystal sugar, dark plum, hawthorn, tangerine peel, and osmanthus flower according to proportion, added plenty of water, first brought it to a boil on high heat, then simmered it on low heat. As soon as the water began to boil, a refreshing sweet and sour aroma wafted into the air, incredibly enticing. While slicing fish, Ni Tsuehua asked, Yang, is this the good stuff you were talking about? Ni Yang nodded, yes, it's this. Ni Tsuehua continued to ask, what is this? Ni Yang lifted the lid off the flat-bottomed pot, only to see that the previously clear water had turned purple. Mom, this is called sour plum soup. It can eliminate greasiness, invigorate the spleen, and stimulate the appetite. In fact, the effects of sour plum soup go far beyond these. It has the ability to dissipate qi and resolve stasis, generate saliva to quench thirst, consolidate lung energy, relieve anxiety and calm the mind. Regular consumption can eliminate diseases and strengthen the body, making it a valuable health drink in hot summer. Can we drink this? Ni Tsuehua asked, sniffling at the seemingly good smell. Emisham. Ni Yang slowly nodded. It's best to simmer the sour plum soup over low heat for 30 minutes, then stew it for another 30 minutes to enhance the flavor. After turning off the heat, Ni Yang went back to the yard to marinate the pickles with the greens that Ni Tsuehua had washed and put into the pickling jar. Marinating pickles is quite time-consuming, so Ni Yang was busy until late in the afternoon to marinate all the vegetables. By this time, the sour plum soup had also finished stewing. Ni Yang poured the finished sour plum soup into the glass bottles she had bought a few days ago, then hung those bottles in the well to chill for a while. At dinner time, they could enjoy the sour and sweet sour plum soup. Ni Yang was very much looking forward to the finished sour plum soup. After finishing all the chores at home, Ni Yang said goodbye to Ni Tsuehua and walked towards the river with her bucket. She had set a fish trap in the river but hadn't checked it for 2 days, so there should be quite a lot of fish now. Along the way, Ni Yang met quite a few enthusiastic villagers. After some time of getting to know each other, those who had originally had issues with Ni Yang had changed their minds quite a bit. Firstly, because of the children's propaganda. Secondly, due to the fact that Ni Yang was always smiling and greeting everyone kindly, regardless of who she met. Frankly, who doesn't like a beautiful and polite girl? Stop. At this moment, an arm suddenly appeared in front of Ni Yang, blocking her path. Ni Yang looked up slightly and saw the person standing in front of her was Wang Xiuhong, whom she hadn't seen for days. May I help you? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Wang Xiuhong looked at Ni Yang, crossed her arms over her chest, and addressed her with an accomplished smile, Outlander, dare to come with me? What's the deal with this Wang Xiuhong? She couldn't beat her physically, nor could she out-talk her, yet she insisted on making her presence felt in front of her from time to time. Ni Yang initially didn't want to bother with her, but then she thought that it would be annoying to have Wang Xiuhong prancing around her all the time, so she had to figure out a once-and-for-all solution to save herself the annoyance of seeing Wang Xiuhong. Take the lead then. Ni Yang spoke calmly. Follow me. Wang Xiuhong turned around with a smile. Originally, she was wondering what she could do to make Ni Yang obediently come with her. Surprisingly, Ni Yang was so cooperative this time. It's like rushing to get herself killed. What a cheeky minx. Last time she dared to treat her like that, this time she'd show her who's boss. Wang Xiuhong directly led Ni Yang to a dense forest. The forest was large, with towering trees blocking the strong sunlight, making it shady and a bit chilly inside. Here and there you could see a lonely tomb, making one feel creepy even in the hot summer. Mandatory cremation wasn't in effect at this time. When people died, they were generally buried on hillsides or in forests. Not far ahead, at the edge of a gravesite, 5 or 6 reckless teens gathered together. Seeing Wang Xiuhong walking over with Ni Yang, one of them quickly threw away his cigarette, instantly becoming alert. They're here, they're here. Upon hearing this, the others also turned their attention to Wang Xiuhong and Ni Yang, their eyes radiating hostility. Chapter 74 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 words chapter, Seeking Support, _4. They gazed at the young girl approaching them, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had always thought that Wang Xiuhong was pretty enough, but this girl cornered the market. Wang Xiuhong paled in comparison. It was no surprise that Wang Xiuhong was jealous and resentful towards her. A woman's jealousy can indeed be terrifying. Brotherly. Seeing these people, Wang Xiuhong stepped forward with a beaming smile and took the initiative to wrap her arm around one of the men. Why are you so late? The man referred to as Brotherly leaned down to give Wang Xiuhong a kiss on the cheek. At this time, public displays of affection were strictly prohibited, and anyone witnessing Wang Xiuhong and Brotherly's intimate exchange would no doubt report them for lewd behavior. But this was in the countryside, in an isolated small grove. Who cared about such triviality? Wang Xiuhong gave a giggle, then shot Ni Yang a glance and pleaded sweetly, Brotherly. It's her. She bullied me last time. Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. She had been wondering how Wang Xiuhong suddenly grew so brave, considering she typically avoided her. Evidently, Wang Xiuhong had found herself a protector. You're Ni Yang, right? Brotherly lit a cigarette, his eyes glinting maliciously. Ni Yang nodded gently, replying softly, yes, that's me. Her demeanor was relaxed, even carrying a hint of a smile. There was a touch of unruliness, and the overwhelming cold elegance in her eyes made it clear she didn't consider these people a threat. Wang Xiuhong leaned comfortably against Brotherly's chest, her face lit up with a triumphant smile. Brotherly, last time she bullied me so much, this time you must help me get justice. When she finished speaking, Wang Xiuhong glared at Ni Yang with a malicious glow in her eyes. The grove was surrounded by farmland on all sides, rarely visited by outsiders. If anything were to happen here today, Ni Yang would have no one to call for help. Upon hearing Wang Xiuhong's words, Ni Yang smiled, using your body to seek revenge on me, Wang Xiuhong, that's all you are capable of. You! Wang Xiuhong clenched her teeth, her hands repeatedly clenching and unclenching. The anger on her face faded, replaced by feigned embarrassment. She looked up at Brotherly and whined, Brotherly, look at her. Even in your presence, she still dares to act so brazenly. Brotherly glanced at his sidekicks and they immediately understood, swiftly moving forward to surround Ni Yang. The 5 men towered over Ni Yang, who was petite and alone among them, creating an air of helplessness. Wang Xiuhong watched Ni Yang, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. With these 5 men here, Ni Yang would be torn apart even if she didn't die. After today, Ni Yang wouldn't have the face to stay in Jinghua village anymore. Did Ni Yang think herself too high and mighty? Today, Wang Xiuhong planned to trample that arrogance underfoot and let Ni Yang taste the humiliation she had suffered. This thought was immensely pleasing to Wang Xiuhong, and she couldn't help but smirk. Little sister, you're quite attractive. One of the minions smirked sleazily as he reached out to touch Enai Yang's chin with his coarse hand. Enai Yang stood in the middle of the 5 men, a ray of sunlight shining through the gaps of the leaves onto her skin, making her appear even more coldly beautiful. So beautiful, yet touched with a glacial coldness. Looking at Enai Yang, Wang Xiuhong scoffed. What was Enai Yang trying to pull, acting so arrogant at a time like this? Just wait, she wouldn't be able to keep it up for much longer. Just as the minion's hand was poised to touch Enai Yang, she reached up and grabbed his descending wrist. With a sudden crack, the sound of bones shattering filled the air, followed by a cry of agony. The once boastful ruffian was now clutching his broken hand, his face twisted in pain as he curled up on the ground. No one knew how much force Enai Yang used, but his hand was useless now. The remaining thugs retreated a step, shocked by the spectacle. However, they quickly regained their senses, looked at each other, and lunged at Enai Yang, clearly intending to fight for real this time. Wang Xiuhong watched in wide-eyed shock, her heart pounding in her throat. No matter how good Enai Yang was at fighting, she couldn't possibly take on 4 men. What had just happened was an anomaly. Chapter 75 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 words chapter, Seeking Support, _5. Enai Yang just stood there, her left hand squeezing her right, and her right pinching her left, the knuckles making cracking sounds. Facing the 4 individuals rushing towards her, her face didn't reveal even a hint of nervousness. She kicked out with a neat backspin kick, then sprung into the air, her toes landing on a thick tree trunk for leverage. Finally her toes rotated, landing squarely on the backs of the gangsters. The scene was thrilling, just like in an action film. Bam bam bam. All 4 thugs were knocked to the ground, with one of them tumbling directly onto Wang Xiuhong and another man. The 2 of them failed to dodge in time, ending up falling to the ground as well. Wang Xiuhong's painful groan echoed in the air. Who gave you the guts to mess with me? Enai Yang demanded, stepping on the other man's hand. The man's voice trembled as he glanced towards Wang Xiuhong. It was her, it was Wang Xiuhong. We had nothing to do with this. Although Enai Yang was exceptionally beautiful, at that moment, she seemed like a devil to him. A devil that had crawled out of hell. Wang Xiuhong bit her lip tightly, sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes filled with defiance. This useless jerk. He was so vigorous in bed, how come he can't even beat a woman now? And it was 5 against 1 at that. What now? Instead of humiliating Enai Yang, they ended up humiliating themselves. Enai Yang towered over Wang Xiuhong, extending a slender finger to lift her chin, forcing Wang Xiuhong to meet her gaze. Her lips moved. Wang Xiuhong, what did one tell you last time? Enai Yang was clearly smiling, but Wang Xiuhong couldn't detect any warmth in her smile. Wang Xiuhong kept her lips tightly shut, refusing to say a word or beg for mercy. Enai Yang smiled sweetly, instantly lighting up everything around her. With a light tone, she said, if you have forgotten, let me help you remember. As she finished speaking, she moved her hand to Wang Xiuhong's neck, and effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Wang Xiuhong's toes began to inch off the ground, her neck felt as if it was breaking, her breathing became increasingly difficult, due to the lack of oxygen, her face turned red and strange sounds were coming from her throat. For the first time, Wang Xiuhong felt incredibly close to death, it seemed she would perish in the next moment. Terror seized her, she didn't want to die, she was still so young. Her legs floundered in mid-air, her hands desperately grasping Enai Yang's wrist. Wang Xiuhong was truly terrified. Enai Yang, all smiles, looked at Wang Xiuhong calmly. Do you wish to live or to die? She asked gently. Wang Xiuhong stared at Enai Yang with wide eyes, pleading evident in her gaze. From the strange sound she was making, it could be vaguely made out that she was saying, live, I want to live. Enai Yang held Wang Xiuhong in one hand effortlessly, standing tall like a queen looking down at all beings, invoking fear. The others were so scared they were shaking. Oh God! Had they just messed with the king of hell? The other man sneakily glanced at Yang, realizing that she was not paying him any attention. He quickly scrambled up and bolted away. Seeing their leader flee, the others cared not about anything else and followed suit, fleeing in abject terror. Yang didn't bother chasing after them. She glanced at Wang Xiuhong dangling from her hand, and asked, "Will you still dare to mess with me next time?" At this point, Wang Xiuhong could not utter a word, only shaking her head vigorously. She wanted to live. She would never dare to provoke Yang again. If she could go back in time, she believed she would never allow such a foolish thing to happen. Seeing remorse plastered all over Wang Xiuhong's face, Yang finally released her grip. Thud. Wang Xiuhong tumbled to the ground, bereft of strength. She was gasping for fresh air. The feeling of being alive was wonderful. The ability to breathe freely felt marvelous. At this point, the sun had started to set, and the woods echoed with the hooting of owls. The hoots of owls sounded like human laughter, strangely eerie, making one's hair stand on end. Because, some said that such sounds were the cries of ghosts. It was highly unpropitious in rural areas. However, Yang was not intimidated by these sounds. She brushed her hands off, cast a glance at Wang Xiuhong sprawled on the ground, and elegantly walked away from the woods, step by step. Chapter 76 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 Words Chapter, Seeking Support, _6. After Yang left, Wang Xiuhong was the only one remaining in the gloomy grove. The sun was setting. The grove grew steadily darker, scarcely visible was the phosphorus fire spewing from the graves at the edge. Phosphorus fire is also known as ghost fire. As Wang Xiuhong's vitality gradually recovered, the tranquility of the grove during the day was replaced by an incredibly horrific scene. Dreadful ghost cries, drifting ghost fire, dim light, and the intermittent graves all tormented Wang Xiuhong's senses. Wang Xiuhong is not Yang. Even though she can be capricious and malicious, she is just a 17-year-old girl, she has never experienced such horrors before. At that moment, she was so terrified that her face turned pale. She tightly embraced her head, crying out, "Don't come near me, don't come near me, Mom, Dad, please come to save me." Regrettably, the only response in the grove were the ghastly ghost cries. Yang arrived at the river bank, her face relaxed. She greeted passers-by who were working in the field with a sweet and bright smile. Who could associate her with the demon-like person in the grove just a while ago? Yang stood by the river bank, rolled up her trouser legs, revealing her fair-skinned leg. Her feet were beautiful, small, and exquisite. Her glossy and transparent nails were like rows of small seashells, faintly presenting a soft pink hue, delicate as a piece of art. A slim figure approached from across the river, and saw such a scenario. The girl was partially rolling up her trousers, stepping into the river one step at a time. Every step she took was steady. The sunset was projecting on the river's surface, reflecting a golden sheen, forming a beautiful picture with her. Even with just her back view, it made one's imagination run wild. If she turned back and smiled at him now, what kind of ripple would it create? The man was taken by surprise and just stood there, nearly mesmerized. Isn't this the same girl he saw at the mall last time? Didn't expect to encounter her so soon again. Just then, it occurred to him, could she possibly be attempting suicide by jumping into the river? At that thought, the man's eyes narrowed, he unfastened his jacket, threw it on the ground, and dashed towards the river. When Yang was hoisted from behind, she was baffled as if pierced by an unexpected force, causing her to instinctively grab the collar of the man's white shirt. Simultaneously, a scent of men's cologne penetrated her nostrils, a refreshing and crisp fragrance. Yang looked up at the man. In her sight was a face with well-defined features, thin lips, sharp eyebrows, and eyes. although the cold and stern look was also filled with gentleness. He was quite handsome. And somewhat familiar. Somehow, upon seeing this face, Ni Yang thought of Mo Baichuan, the hooligan. However, this face was obviously much more composed than Mo Baichuan's. Ni Yang firmly grasped his collar, scolding, "What are you doing? Are you trying to play a pervert in broad daylight? Let me down." The man's expression was incredibly tense, he didn't speak a word. Clutching the person in his arms, he strode towards the shore. "Let me go." Ni Yang struggled incessantly. Alas, his arm was as if it were cast onto her. Regardless of how much she struggled, he remained unmoved. Ni Yang was skilled, even the robust Mo Baichuan was knocked down by her. She didn't expect to lose against a man today. Ni Yang was furious, she reached out to pinch his neck, yelling, "Smelly rascal. Let go of me now." But the man remained silent, carrying Ni Yang with both fast and steady steps. When he glanced at the girl's angry face, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a pretty girl, with a good figure, why would she want to take her own life? Ni Yang, in fury and unable to struggle, bit onto his collarbone. Immediately, a mix of salty and sweet taste filled her mouth, while a trace of blood stained his white shirt. Yet the man had no intention of letting go, holding on to Ni Yang until he reached the shore. Only then did he release her. But, to prevent her from jumping into the river again, he firmly restricted her wrist, saying sternly, "Are you crazy? Is that how you treat your savior? Let go of me." Ni Yang jolted his hand away, "Are you sick? Who asked you to save me?" However, his hand seemed to be stuck to her wrist, she couldn't free herself. Chapter 77 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 Words Chapter, Seeking Support, _7, I won't let go. The man looked at her, adding, "Unless you promise me you won't try to kill yourself." Ni Yang let out a deep breath, trying her best to calm down. "Who told you one was attempting suicide?" The man loosened his tie at the neck, speaking somberly, "Just now you were heading towards the river. If that's not attempting suicide, then what is? If I weren't there, you'd be an anonymous drowned corpse by now." He saved her. And she, for her part, had returned his favor with hostility. "Seeing that you are quite pretty, what could have possibly driven you to consider jumping into the river?" After all this time, it turned out he thought she was about to jump into the river. Ni Yang looked up at the man, explaining, "One was just going to fetch a lobster trap from the river, not jumping in. We shouldn't be touching, can you let go of me now?" The man still firmly held Ni Yang's hand, skeptical, "Are you sure you weren't going to jump in?" Ni Yang nodded earnestly, "Why would I want to end my life when I'm living just fine?" "Then swear on it." The man clearly didn't believe Ni Yang's words. Left with no choice, Ni Yang raised 3 fingers, sincerely saying, "One swear." Seeing Ni Yang like this, the man reluctantly believed her, "Once I let you go, you'd better not lie to me." "Sure." Ni Yang nodded slightly. The man loosely let go of her, Ni Yang instantly pulled her hand back. Her skin was naturally fair and would turn red easily just by touching it. The man's firm squeeze just now had left 5 distinctive finger marks on her wrist, alarmingly red. The man also noticed the abnormality on her wrist, promptly apologizing, "I'm sorry, is your wrist all right?" "It's fine." Ni Yang looked up slightly, "You meant well." What Ni Yang didn't expect was her gaze landed on the man's chest. A bright red bloodstain contrasted sharply on his white shirt, making a striking scene. Seeing this, Ni Yang felt somewhat flustered, she seemingly acted too impulsively just now and had bitten too hard. The man seemed to see through her thoughts, casually saying, "I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound and it doesn't hurt at all, a minor issue. I was too impulsive just now, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened." In his words, the man fully demonstrated a man's grace, taking all the blame on himself. This rather embarrassed Yang because, after all, he was the one who got injured, and she was the one who bit him. None of this would have happened if she hadn't gotten overly emotional. Let me see how deep the wound is. Yang walked to his side and began to unfasten his metal buttons. Her slender fingers, white as jade, rapidly wound around his collar. Soon, 3 buttons were undone. With them so close, he could see her exquisitely chiseled face if he just looked down. From his perspective, her long fan-like eyelashes flickered, their fluttering leaving a gentle trace of softness in his heart, stirring ripples. Next was her high-raised nose, lips as red as fiery flames, and skin as milky as cream. Even though her makeup wasn't applied, she was still bewitchingly beautiful. He was completely taut, not daring move an inch. Although he was a man in his late 20s, he felt as innocent in front of her as a boy at the brink of adolescence. Yang took a look. The wound seemed rather deep. This was a problem. Yang furrowed her brows slightly. There are over 1,000 kinds of bacteria in the human mouth. Being bitten by a human can cause infections, which can lead to serious consequences if not dealt with promptly. It could even put someone's life in danger. Go back with me. Yang lifted her eyes to look at the man, continuing, you need to disinfect this wound with iodine, or else it might get infected. Only then did the man react, fastening his buttons as he said, it's only a bite mark, you don't have to go to such trouble. It's no trouble, just a quick disinfection. Yang lifted her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a little disinfection for some peace of mind. If the man was to leave just like this, Yang would undoubtedly still be worried. Being a doctor, she understood the seriousness of the situation. Okay. The man nodded, as long as you don't find it bothersome. Sure. Yang nodded slightly. Please wait for me a moment. Chapter 78 Encounter Again, First Subscription, 10,000 words chapter, Seeking Support, _8 As she finished speaking, Yang turned and walked towards the river. Hey! What are you doing? Seeing her walk back into the river, the man was startled, and grabbed her wrist. With a swift jerk, he pulled her into his embrace. His one hand gripped hers, while the other wrapped around her slim, soft waist. The feeling of her softness and warmth in his arms momentarily stunned him. He could clearly smell the unique, clean scent that emanated from her, like bamboo but not quite, mixed with the faint allure of orchids. It was intoxicating, much like the mesmerizing allure of a poppy flower. Yang quickly regained her senses, immediately backing away to a safe distance as she explained, I'm going to pick up the fishing trap. Don't misunderstand. The man coughed lightly, well, I'll go with you. He acted as though Yang might fling herself into the river in the next second. He considered himself a righteous young man. Yang was about to refuse when the man was already a step ahead, walking forward. Left with no choice, Yang hurried after him, the fishing trap is over here. The man, born into privilege, had never seen a fishing trap. He exclaimed in surprise like a child, wow! So many fish. Is this the fishing trap? Yang nodded, Emichem. The man took the fishing trap from Yang's hands, let me carry it. The trap appeared light when Yang was holding it, but once he took it, he realized how heavy it was. It was probably around 30 to 40 pounds. He was astounded by how much strength the delicate-looking girl possessed. No need. I can handle it, Yang caught up to the man. This man was being a bit too familiar. They had only met 10 minutes ago, yet it seemed as though Yang had known him for a long time. The man laughed, I'm a man, after all. It's not right to have a weak and delicate girl like you do the heavy lifting. Noting the sincerity in his words, Yang found it hard to refuse and thanked him instead. No problem, the man said. Next time you come to retrieve the trap, bring your father with you. This kind of work is more suitable for men. Ni Yang answered flatly, one don't have a father. Having a father like Mu Jinbao was no different from not having one at all. The man looked surprised, touching his nose apologetically. I'm sorry. One didn't know your father had already, so that was why she could handle herself so well at such a young age. Necessity makes the man, indeed. For a moment, the man's expression was quite complex. Ni Yang simply smiled lightly. It's okay. I don't mind. Again, the man was taken aback. He didn't understand how the girl could still muster a smile. It was obviously a very sad topic. And furthermore, they were talking about her father. Was it a case of laughter through tears? By the way, what's your name? Despite knowing that it may be rude to ask so suddenly, he couldn't help himself. It seemed a shame not to know the name of such a beautiful girl. For the first time the man realized that he could be so reckless when faced with a pretty girl. But he wasn't usually like this. Ni Yang, having already lived 2 lifetimes, was not as conservative in her thoughts. My name is Ni Yang. And yours? The man replied, Immortality. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow. River that receives all, which makes you deep, mountain that hides all, which makes you vast. Nice name. A surprised glint passed through Mo Kishin's eyes. Many people would simply laugh off or superficially compliment his name. He didn't expect Ni Yang to understand the meaning hidden behind his name. Mo Kishin smiled and said, a pearl rolling in the vast sea bears the moon's tears, a jade born in the warm sunlight of the blue field emits smoke. Your name is quite nice too. Ni Yang replied with a laugh, thank you for the compliment. She wasn't modest at all. Mo Kishin arched an eyebrow. After collecting the fishing trap, Ni Yang led Mo Kishin towards the Ni family's residence. Just then, 2 children suddenly popped out from the adjacent bush. Hello, Sister Ni Yang. Upon looking up, Ni Yang recognized them as Penghu and Guden. She greeted them warmly, hello there. After the greeting, Penghu and Guden noticed Mo Kishin standing next to Ni Yang and curiously asked, Sister Ni Yang, who is this man? Just as Mo Kishin was about to formally introduce himself, Ni Yang interrupted him with a cheerful smile, this is my cousin. His family name is Mo. You can call him Brother Mo. Mo Kishin looked at Ni Yang in disbelief. WTF? When did he become her cousin? Chapter 79 Need to take a strong dose of medicinei. Hello, Brother Mo. Penghu and Guden said in unison. Hello to you both. Mo Kishin politely smiled at Guden and Penghu. He thought to himself, well, no more explanation needed, he might as well be her brother for the time being. After bidding farewell to Penghu and Guden, the 2 continued on their way. As they passed by a lotus pond, a child suddenly leaped out from the thick lotus leaves and stood between them. This sudden appearance of a child startled Mo Kishin. However, to Ni Yang, everything seemed normal as not a single ripple of surprise showed in her eyes. Clearly, this was not the first time she had encountered such a situation. Xiaohua, the child, stuffed a lotus pod into Ni Yang's hand. Sister Ni Yang, I just picked this lotus pod. The seeds inside are very sweet. This is for you. Thank you, Xiaohua. Ni Yang smiled and gently patted Xiaohua's head. Sister Ni Yang, there's no need to be polite with me. Xiaohua replied, shyly tugging at her hair. Along the way, they probably encountered over a dozen children. Each child was incredibly polite when greeting Ni Yang. Mo Kishin could feel that their etiquette was not just a superficial formality, but something genuine that flowed from the heart. Initially, Mo Kishin assumed that Ni Yang, who typically appeared aloof, was equally non-social in her day-to-day interactions. However, he was surprised to discover her warm side. Bearing the approval and affection of a group of innocent children, Yang must possess a very approachable personality in her daily life. The only thing that rubbed Immortal the wrong way was that Yang introduced him as her cousin to every child they encountered. Who would want to be her brother? Yang. Immortal glanced down at her, obviously puzzled. Yang looked up slightly, seemingly understanding the question in his eyes. She slowly opened her lips and whispered 6 words, avoiding suspicion under suspicious circumstances. She did not want to become the entertainment and laughing stock for her relatives again. At this time, televisions were not yet common, and people filled their days with gossips and rumors. Little did they know, such rumors could sometimes be deadly. Upon hearing her words, Immortal lightly touched his chin and remained silent. It wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of the Ni family's house. Here we are. This is my home, Yang introduced. Immortal nodded approvingly, your house is quite large. As Yang led Immortal inside, Tsuihua emerged from the house, holding a child. Yang is back. Upon finishing her sentence, Tsuihua noticed Immortal beside Yang and asked suspiciously, Yang, who is he? In this era, relationships between men and women were not so open. Seeing a man had visited her home, vigilance filled Tsuihua's eyes. A widow's home attracts much gossip. They must guard against it. Yang then briefly explained the situation. She then said to Immortal, Mr. Imo, this is my mother. After listening to Yang, Tsuihua finally felt relieved. She smiled and said, Mr. Imo, are you all right? Yang was indeed a bit reckless this time. It's all right, Auntie, Immortal said as he put down the bucket of fish in his hand. It's also my responsibility, you can just call me Xiaomo. Tsuihua had a positive first impression of Immortal. She instructed Yang, take Xiaomo and go disinfect his wounds immediately. The young man was well dressed, from his suit down to his leather shoes and wrist watch. He was clearly not any ordinary individual. Yang then led Immortal into her room. The culture of that era was very sensitive to a man and woman sharing a room. Nevertheless, Yang had returned from the 21st century without these societal chains weighing her down and didn't pay it any mind. Immortal, having experienced his fair share of the world, didn't fuss over this issue as well. He was, however, surprised by Yang's open-mindedness. Seeing her last time at the mall, he had already known Yang was no ordinary girl, but he didn't expect her to be even more extraordinary than had imagined. You can sit for a while, I'll go fetch the iodine and cotton swabs, Yang said, pointing to a chair. All right. Immortal sat down comfortably. It was his first time seeing such a modestly furnished boudoir. The room only had a bed, a wardrobe, 2 chairs, and a table. There wasn't even a decent dressing table. Despite its simplicity, the room was spotless and refreshing. Accustomed to seeing luxuriously decorated bedrooms, this humble room offered a unique charm, suffused with the faint scent of magnolia. Chapter 80 Need to take a strong dose of medicine _2. It smells delightful. Immortal looked around, quickly spotting a magnolia tree outside the window bedecked with countless blossoms. The lovely scent was drifting in from there. Soon, Yang brought over iodine and swabs. Just as Immortal was about to stand up from the chair, Yang seemed to anticipate his action and chuckled, you can stay seated. I'll handle the rest. All right. Immortal felt an inexplicable warmth in his ears and nodded. Yang knelt and unfastened his metal button, her actions gentle as she applied iodine to the heavy bite marks. Immortal stiffened, not daring to move. He could clearly feel the warmth of her breath coating his chest. It was a strange feeling. Ticklish. Soon enough, Ni Yang finished applying iodine and stood up. In a mild tone, she said, "Mr. Mo, it's all done. Be careful not to get water on it when you're bathing in the next few days so you don't get an infection. If you have time, you should get it checked at the hospital. 111 cover the medical expenses. You can find me whenever you need." "Alright, I'll do that." As he stood up from the chair, Mo Kishin's throat bobbed twice, his voice clearly more hoarse than before. Ni Yang furrowed her brows slightly. "Mr. Mo, is your throat bothering you?" Mo Kishin's expression remained indifferent. He coughed lightly into his fist and replied, "It's fine. I've just been sitting here for too long." Ni Yang, who hadn't been through many life experiences, didn't think too much about it. She continued, "One have some herbal medicine here that soothes the throat. It's a little bitter. Would you like some pills?" This was something that couldn't be fixed with medication. Mo Chishin shook his head slightly, his face betraying no emotion. "Thank you, but no. It's getting late, one should go." "All right." Seeing his refusal, Ni Yang didn't insist, "Then let me walk you out." Under the circumstances, it would be inappropriate to ask Mo Chishin to stay for dinner. Upon hearing this, Mo Chishin was somewhat disappointed. He had assumed that Ni Yang would insist on him staying a little longer, perhaps even having dinner with her. He didn't expect that. Mo Chishin agreed reluctantly. It wasn't in his nature to mooch off of anyone. As he got to the door, Ni Yang, as if suddenly remembering something, told Mo Chishin, "Mr. Mo, wait here for me." Before he could react, Ni Yang had already dashed back into the house. But she returned quickly, her hands now holding a greaseproof paper bag. She thrust the bag into Mo Kishin's hands. "Mr. Mo, you must be hungry after all this. This is bread I made myself. Take it to stave off hunger." Mo Chishin had intended to decline, but upon hearing that she made it herself, he consented, "All right, thank you." After a pause, Mo Chishin continued, "We're friends now, so calling me Mr. Mo is rather formal. Besides, didn't you just introduce me to those kids as your brother? It's fitting as I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me brother." Ni Yang didn't hesitate and promptly said, "All right, brother Mo." Mo Chishin smiled slightly. "I'll get going then. You don't have to see me off. I'm quite familiar with this area." "Sure," Ni Yang nodded, "be careful on your own." Mo Chishin waved at Ni Yang, "Go back, it's getting dark. Don't want to frighten you." Ni Yang waved back at Mo Chishin and turned to leave. Her slender figure soon disappeared into the night. Mo Chishin watched her retreating figure, his eyes slightly squinting. It seemed his trip here hadn't been for naught. He removed his gaze from the darkness a while later, turning around to head back slowly. Mo Chishin was in a good mood that day, his lips curved in a smile all the way to the riverside. The moon that night was beautiful, casting a silver sheen over the river and bringing forth rippling reflections. Just as he reached the riverside, his left shoulder was slapped heavily, and a begrudging voice rang out, "Where the hell have you been all this time? I've been waiting here for so long because of you." Mo Chishin had a resigned smile on his face. He turned around and patted the old man's shoulder. "Sorry, Dad, for making you wait so long." Mo Fuhai feigned a stern expression. "Tell me truthfully, where have you been all this while? Did you go messing with some innocent young girl again?" Chapter 81 Need to take a strong dose of medicine _3. Dad. You really are my real dad. Mo Chishin said helplessly, "In your mind, do you regard my image as being that bad?" Mo Fuhai slapped Mo Kishin's head directly. "Who lets you, boy, fool around all day with no shape or form? Don't forget, you are an engaged man. A man must be consistent in life." Only a real father could say these words. Mo Qixin touched his forehead helplessly, grateful that Ni Yang had not heard these words. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clean his record. Dad, I don't even know what Miss Zhao from Zhao family looks like. How can one marry her? People nowadays emphasize freedom in marriage. Maybe she won't even give me the time of day. After all, in others' eyes, he was a good-for-nothing. At one point, he had even become a joke in his circle. Which rich heiress would look twice at him? As far as he knew, Miss Zhao of the Zhao family had been looking down on him for more than just 1 or 2 days. Mo Fuhai frowned and said, "Your uncle Zhao and his family are people who value promises. They are not the kind of people who would go back on their word. Anyway, you should always pay attention to your actions and speech. You can't do anything to upset Miss Zhao." "Dad, it's getting late, we should go back." Mo Qixin started to change the subject. "Let's go." Mo Fuhai packed up his fishing gear. "Let's go back." "Let me carry it." "You walk in front, watch your step." Mo Qixin took the fishing gear from Mo Fuhai. Mo Fuhai took the lead, hands clasped behind his back. The car was parked not far away. Seeing them coming, the driver hurried up, took the gear from Mo Qixin and said respectfully, "Master, sixth master." "Dad, take it slow." Mo Qixin helped Mo Fuhai into the car. But Mo Fuhai directly shook off Mo Qixin's hand. "Shoo. I'm not that old, don't need your help." The master was a martial artist in his youth and carried a certain toughness, refusing any help for anything he did. His only regret in life was not having trained Mo Qixin to be an excellent martial general. Forget not being a martial general, he was a downright spoiled brat. Fortunately, the Mo family's estate was strong enough to support this prodigal son without any issue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after 100 years. Getting into the car, Mo Fuhai and Mo Qixin sat in the back seats. Mo Qixin asked with a smile, "How was your haul today, Dad?" Since his retirement, the master had become obsessed with fishing. If he caught too many fish to eat, he would give them away or release them. "Not bad." Mo Fuhai was lying contentedly on the leather seat, then suddenly he sniffed the air and sat up straight. "What's that smell?" "It's so good." Mo Qixin smiled slightly and took out an oil paper bag from the side. "One guess you're referring to this." "What is it?" Mo Fuhai puzzled. "Is it food?" Mo Qixin nodded, and as he opened the oil paper, the aroma grew stronger. Mo Fuhai, like a little child, stared wide-eyed and said, "Bread." As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it in his mouth. After a few bites, Mo Fuhai stopped chewing and just stared at Mo Qixin. Mo Qixin was made a little nervous by his sudden gaze. Thinking there was something wrong with the bread, he quickly took a bite from the other piece of bread. It was soft and sweet, melted in the mouth, and had a subtle milky flavor. It was delicious. Amazement filled Mo Qixin's eyes. He didn't expect such an ordinary piece of bread to be so tasty. "What's up, Dad?" Mo Qixin looked at Mo Fuhai curiously. "The bread is fine." Mo Fuhai kept looking at Mo Qixin, then said, "Tell me, where did this bread come from?" Mo Qixin nonchalantly asked, "Someone gave it to me, what's wrong? Don't you like it?" Mo Fuhai squinted slightly. "Is this bread from that girl, Ni Yang?" Mo Qixin surprisedly said, "You know her too." He hadn't expected that even his own dad knew her. Fate certainly makes people meet. Blood is thicker than water. Mo Fuhai put on a stern face and said in a severe tone, "Mo Qixin, one warn you, I can't control how you mess around outside. But Ni Yang is a good girl, you are not allowed to harm her. Otherwise, it'll break your damn legs." Mo Fuhai was truly serious with these words, and there wasn't a hint of joking in his eyes and brows. Chapter 82 Need to take a strong dose of medicine _4. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy. Emochishan laughed, saying, "Dad, where did you get that idea? Ni Yang and I are not like what you're imagining. Besides, I'm not that kind of person." He did want to harm Ni Yang, but she never gave him the opportunity. "Be serious. What is with that frivolous laugh?" Mo Fuhai scowled, continuing, "Anyway, I've given you a warning here and now. If you dare harm that girl, I swear I will kill you." "Yes, yes, yes." Mo Chishan responded playfully, "Rest assured, even if one had the courage of 100 men, I would not dare to provoke her. By the way, how did you get to know her?" If Ni Yang had been present, she would have realized that Mo Fuhai was actually the old man who had spoken up for her when Yang Guobao was having an epileptic fit. Mo Fuhai often came to fish here, and Ni Yang frequently took her eel traps to the river. After many interactions, the old and the young grew familiar with each other and enjoyed each other's company. However, Ni Yang didn't know who Mo Fuhai truly was and, having not met any of his family in the past month, she thought that he was an old man living alone. Thus, she often brought bread for him. The two had developed a special friendship despite their age difference. "It doesn't matter how we got to know each other," Mo Fuhai slapped Mo Chishan on the head, warning him, "The important thing is that you must not harm her." "Don't worry, I promise I won't harm her." Mo Chishan raised 3 fingers, "One swear." Mo Fuhai gave him a disdainful look, calling him a rascal. Speaking again, Mo Fuhai said, "Actually, Yang Yang is a good girl, but you are already engaged to the girl from Zhao family. You cannot be fickle." "The Zhao family?" Mo Chishan squinted his eyes. It seemed it was time to give the Zhao family a taste of the harsh truth. Otherwise, his father would never see the true colors of those people. At Ni's house. After sending away Mo Chishan, Ni Yang began to prepare dinner in the kitchen. The main dish was rice. As for the stir-fried dishes, she already had a menu planned out for the whole week. Monday's menu, Tuesday's menu, amongst others were already planned. They not only benefited beauty but were also delicious and nourishing, fulfilling dual purposes of beauty treatment and nourishment to the stomach. Ni Yang pulled out the menu. Today's menu included 1. Stir-fried green pepper pork with cowpea. The cowpea has the property of nourishing kidney and spleen. The Compendium of Materia Medica states, cowpea replenishes qi in the middle, promotes kidney health, and restores vitality. Nourishing the kidneys is the key to delaying aging. 2. Polygonatum asparagus eel fillet. Polygonatum can replenish deficiencies and fill the essence and marrow. The eel contains a rich amount of calcium, iron and phosphorus, gelatin and other nutrients. Coupled with polygonatum, it can promote breast development and growth. This dish has a remarkable effect on breast enhancement. 3. Pickled cucumber with ear fungus. Cucumber is a great vegetable for clearing heat and has a whitening effect. Wood ear fungus has a high calcium content and has a decompressing and detoxifying effect. 4. Dendrobium fish head soup. Dendrobium has a large amount of mucus, nourishing and invigorating, and moisturizes the skin without greasiness. Fish head is rich in protein, various amino acids, fats, vitamin B2 and other trace elements. Combined with dendrobium, it gives skin a glossy appearance and maintains elasticity. 3 dishes and 1 soup for 3 people was just enough. And these 3 dishes and 1 soup combined the effects of whitening, breast enhancement, delaying aging and cooling, which are much more effective than spa treatments in the modern world. After viewing the menu, Ni Yang rolled up her sleeves and started preparing the dishes. Apart from the wood ear fungus and pork that were purchased, the rest of the vegetables were all gifted by the villagers. Some of the vegetables were grown by Ni Tsuehua, the fish was caught by Ni Yang herself, and the dendrobium and polygonatum were dug out from the mountains. Thus, the total cost of a meal was less than 1.5 yuan. The key point was that these combinations could bring out the best in oneself, which can't be bought with any amount of money outside. After more than an hour in the kitchen, the beautifully presented 3 dishes and 1 soup were brought to the table. The moment Ni Chingue entered the house, he was hit with the scent of the delicious dishes. His bad mood brightened instantly. Summer is usually a period with reduced appetite, but Ni Chingue's appetite was improving by the day. Ni Chingue immediately dropped his bag and went to the yard to wash his hands before eating. Ni Yang was pulling something up from the well. As soon as she opened the well cover, a burst of cool air gushed out, instantly reviving her. Chapter 83. Need to take a strong dose of medicine _5. Yang, what's in this basket? Ni Chingue curiously bent over to look. Ni Tsuhua walked over from the side and laughed. This is the sour plum soup that our Yang made this afternoon. Sour plum soup. Ni Chingue's eyes lit up and she exclaimed with surprise, Yang knows how to make sour plum soup. Beverages are quite expensive at this time. A regular soda sells for 1 to 2 yuan a bottle, not to mention the handmade sour plum soup. During a work banquet, Ni Chingue once had sour plum soup. It was sour and sweet, refreshing and grease-cutting. The taste was indescribably delicious. Drinking it in the summer was like a taste of paradise, you just couldn't get enough. Just thinking about it made Ni Chingue uncontrollably swallow her saliva. Ni Yang laughed, this is my first time making it, I don't know if it will taste good. Yang, don't be humble. Does anything you make taste bad? Ni Tsuhua said, Sister Chingue, don't flatter Yang. What if it doesn't taste good this time? Ni Chingue replied, there's nothing that our Yang has made that hasn't tasted good. Ni Yang moved the glass jar into the living room. The glass jar was 5L in size, capable of holding 10 kilograms of water. At this moment, it was filled with purple-red sour plum soup, reflecting inviting circles of light under the warm yellow lamp. It looked just like aged wine. This sour plum soup has such a beautiful color. Ni Tsuhua couldn't help but exclaim. Ni Chingue replied, Yang's mom, this sour plum soup not only looks good, but its taste is also exceptional. Ni Yang brought 3 glass cups and poured a full cup for both Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingue. Mom, Auntie and I, you try first. Ni Yang looked at them expectantly. I don't need to try it to know that it tastes good. Ni Chingue said as she picked up the cup and took a sip. The air seemed to quieten. Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua were both watching Ni Chingue, afraid to miss any change in her facial expression. However, Ni Chingue's face didn't reveal anything special. She looked very calm. As if she was drinking plain water. Chingue, how's the taste? Ni Tsuehua asked nervously. Ni Yang was also a bit apprehensive. Was she feeling uneasy because she hadn't cooked for so many years, and her skills may have deteriorated? Ni Chingue frowned slightly. Actually, the taste is ordinary. Before Ni Yang could feel disappointed, Ni Chingue suddenly changed her expression and exclaimed, the taste is extraordinarily good. It tastes much better than what I've drunk before. Yang's mom, you must try it. Hearing this, Ni Yang looked at Ni Chingue surprisingly. It was obviously unexpected. What a turn of events. Ni Tsuhua immediately picked up her cup and took a sip, and her face was filled with surprise. It's delicious. Yang, it's really too delicious. Even better than sugary water. She had never tasted anything so delicious in her entire life. Ni Chingue laughed, I told you, the things made by our Yang, how could it not taste good? Ni Yang scooped herself a cup and took a small sip. There was a faint taste of osmanthus flower as the soup entered the mouth, followed by a light sour and sweet flavor that spread across the tongue. It made her mouth water. The chilled feeling made every pore in her body open. It felt like turning on air conditioning. It was very refreshing. She couldn't help but want to take a second sip, a third, a fourth. Ni Chingue asked, Yang Yang, how did you make this sour plum soup? The ingredients for sour plum soup should be hard to buy. She wondered how a young girl like Ni Yang knew so much. She was really amazing. Ni Yang explained, I saw it on a cooking recipe and then went to the traditional Chinese medicine store to buy some dark plum hawthorn and other main ingredients. I didn't expect to succeed by sheer luck. Of course, the pre-mixed sour plum soup ingredients were hard to buy. But Ni Yang, in her previous life, worked in the catering industry. She didn't need to buy those pre-mixed ones from the market. Furthermore, the ones sold in the market all taste the same. Nobody could imitate her self-balanced ingredients. Ni Chingue exclaimed, Yang Yang, you're really smart. Even if one spent 10 days looking at it, I couldn't learn. She is typically someone who can learn by looking at it, but always fails when actually doing it. Also, the dishes you cook are delicious too. They taste 100 times better than those from big restaurants. Yang Yang, whoever marries you in the future would be as lucky as winning the lottery. Chapter 84 Need to take a strong dose of medicine _6. If she had a son, she would surely want to have Ni Yang as her daughter-in-law. Ni Yang said, laughing, I'm not getting married. I want to stay with my mom for the rest of my life. Ni Tsuhua said helplessly, this child, always saying such foolish thing. Looking at the considerate Ni Yang, Ni Chingue was reminded of his own daughter. If his daughter was half as considerate as Ni Yang, he wouldn't be alone today. At that thought, Ni Chingue sighed softly. Chingue, what's wrong? Ni Tsuhua looked over at Ni Chingue. Ni Chingue smiled and said, it's nothing, let's eat quickly. Yang Yang's cooking is so good, it won't taste as good once it's cold. Seeing this, Ni Tsuhua didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't appropriate for Ni Yang, being the junior, to intervene in the elders' affairs. Without a doubt, the 3 dishes and 1 soup that night were completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. After dinner, Ni Yang washed the dishes while Ni Tsuehua went to give the child a bath. After Ni Yang finished washing the dishes, she went to Ni Kuihua's room. Little Ni Yun, at 40 days old, was very cute. Fat and white, he was splashing water in the basin. Seeing Ni Yang, he gave her a sweet smile that melted her heart. Mom, let me help you. No need, no need. Ni Tsuhua said, I can do it myself. You have also been busy all day, you should rest for a while. Ni Tsuehua was still wearing the same patched clothes from before. She didn't wear the bra that was bought for her. Ni Yang went on, Mom, why didn't you wear the clothes one bought for you? Don't you like them? Ni Tsuehua laughed and said, your mom never goes out. It doesn't matter what I wear. Good clothes are meant to be worn out. Why bother wearing nice clothes at home? Mom, Ni Yang immediately corrected Ni Kuihua's incorrect idea, then said, we don't have to pinch pennies like we did in the past. You should wear the clothes one bought for you, otherwise they would become waste when left unused. Just look at how classy Auntie Ni looks every day. And also, you should be wearing bras. If not, sagging breasts can not only affect appearance, but also lead to gynecological diseases. Ni Tsuehua was surprised and asked, really? It's just a piece of cloth. Wearing it or not should be the same. Could it be so magical? Ni Yang replied, Mom, do you remember how the old lady Wang who lived next door to us died? I remember. Ni Tsuehua pointed to her chest and said, here it festered, and then she died. Ni Yang said, that disease is called breast cancer, which happens because women don't take good care of their breasts. Really? Ni Tsuehua was somewhat disbelieving. Ni Yang spoke seriously, Mom, when have one ever lied to you? It seems, never. Enai Tsuhua hesitated, then said, Yang, but your mother feels uncomfortable wearing these clothes. It tightens around the chest, it's as if one can't breathe properly. Enai Yang continued, Mom, everyone feels the same the first time they wear them. You'll get used to it. And you don't have to wear it all the time, you can take it off when you go to sleep. If you keep neglecting yourself like this, you'll definitely regret it someday. And when that time comes, there will be no medicine for regret. Hearing this, Enai Tsuhua nodded her head, all right, I understand. Enai Yang continued, it'll hold little Enai Yun for you, you go and try on the bra and the new clothes we bought last time. Enai Tsuhua hesitated for a moment, but then took the clothes to change. Because it was her first time wearing a bra, she looked a little awkward and covered her chest with her hands. Enai Yang laughed and pulled Enai Tsuhua to the mirror. Mom, look at yourself in the mirror. Don't you look so much better after wearing a bra than before? Your whole temperament has changed. Chapter 85 Wanting 100 sons is not a problem. Enai Tsuhua was wearing a beige batwing shirt on the upper body, and a pair of black flared trousers on the lower body. The batwing shirt was fashionable this year. It had a retro pattern embroidered on the collar which echoed the pattern on the cuffs. It looked very nice. Enai Tsuhua's skin was originally on the paler side, so wearing beige now made her skin look even more fair and well-balanced. Due to her wearing a bra, her bust was shaped perfectly, presenting a great confidence. Even her posture improved, and she was standing much straighter. The transformation made her look like a different person. Where had that previous, self-conscious and gloomy look gone? For a moment, Enai Tsuhua almost couldn't believe that the person in the mirror was her. But the bra was too tight, uncomfortably so, and she couldn't resist the urge to loosen that bit of strap at the back. After all, a habit of 36 years couldn't be changed overnight. Enai Yang held Enai Tsuhua's hand. Mom, look at how beautiful you are now. If you don't wear a bra, there won't be such an effect, and if you don't believe me, go to your room and take off the bra to try it. Enai Tsuhua didn't really believe it. So she turned around, went into her room and took off her bra. When she looked at herself in the mirror again, she was stunned. Apparently, the difference between wearing a bra and not wearing one is quite significant. The person in the mirror had a hunched back and lost all sense of confidence, appearing despondently and conspicuously older. Enai Yang came over with a smile, put her hand on Enai Tsuhua's shoulder and said, Mom, as I said, there is really a big difference between wearing a bra and not wearing one. Enai Tsuhua straightened her clothes in the mirror. Then Enai Yang continued, Mom, listen to me. Dress like this tomorrow and don't wear those old clothes in the future. It's not like we can't afford new clothes. All right, Enai Tsuhua said, looking at Enai Yang and nodding, I'll listen to you. Enai Yang laughed and said, remember to wear your bra, too. I know, Enai Tsuhua nodded somewhat uncomfortably. After leaving Enai Tsuhua's bedroom, Enai Yang went into the kitchen. Because she had previously promised Li Gongqing that she would cook something nutritious and delicious for his elderly grandmother, she intended to brainstorm meal ideas in the kitchen. Li Gongqing mentioned that the grandmother's appetite was not very good. Generally, there are only two reasons why elderly people have a poor appetite. First, as age increases, the taste buds on the tongue gradually degrade, and consequently, the tongue's reaction to food slowly weakens. Second, the decline in digestive function in the elderly can lead to stomach coldness, causing loss of appetite. Therefore, the remedy should be targeted. After pondering for a while, Enai Yang started to prepare the ingredients. She planned to make sour cabbage and pork stuffed pan-fried dumplings for the grandmother, and then boil some mint porridge. The pairing of sour cabbage and pork pan-fried dumplings with light mint porridge in the morning is simply delicious. Mint has the effects of dispelling wind heat, clearing the head and eyes, and inducing sweating and easing rash. In summer, elderly people can eat mint porridge to soothe their minds, disperse heat, stimulate appetite, aid digestion, and even break down greasiness. The dumplings can be wrapped now, and they can be pan-fried tomorrow morning. Porridge, however, needs to be cooked fresh tomorrow morning. Because leftover porridge is not tasty and less nutritious as well. Although she couldn't cook the porridge in advance, she could soak the rice ahead of time. Young skillfully washed the rice and left it to soak in a clay pot. After soaking the rice, Young went to the vegetable garden to pick some mint leaves. She had found this mint by chance by the river and took a few plants back to plant in the vegetable garden, which unexpectedly grew very well. After picking the mint leaves, Young started to knead the dough and roll out the dumpling skins. After putting child to bed, Tsuehua also came into the kitchen. Young, what are you busy with? Let me help you. Young turned around with a smile. Do you still remember how to make liaoyi dumplings? Yes. Tsuehua nodded. Young then told Tsuehua about what she had planned for Mrs. Mo. Hearing this, Tsuehua laughed. What's so difficult about that? Leave the job of dumpling and dumpling skin making to me, and you go and prepare the dumpling stuffing. Apart from not cooking as deliciously as Young, Tsuehua was a very competent mother. She had many skills such as embroidery, shoe mending, knitting. Moreover, Tsuehua was extremely intelligent. She picked up many things quickly after being taught once. All right. Young nodded, then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 86. Wanting 100 sons is not a problem. Tsuehua rolled up her sleeves and protested, what's so tiring about this? You're the one who really works hard. She has been seeing Yang's daily toil. Unfortunately, she could not help Yang much and could only handle the house chores so that Yang wouldn't worry. At this moment, being able to help Yang by making dumplings, Tsuehua felt very happy. She finally felt like she could lend Yang a hand. After leaving Tsuehua with the rolling pin, Yang went to retrieve pickled vegetables from the courtyard. The pickles were perfectly preserved, with elements like millet pepper, Szechuan pepper, raw ginger, and others. As the lid for the pickling jar was opened, a tempting aroma wafted out, making one's mouth water. As Yang squatted by the pickling jar, 2 adorable bunnies scuttled up to sniff at her feet, looking absolutely precious. These 2 bunnies were part of the group she caught from the mountain last time. A month went by and the tiny bunnies grew into proper-sized rabbits. They were plump. In a few more months, they could be used for spicy rabbit head or braised rabbit meat. Yang grabbed a generous amount of pickles, then brought up a chunk of pork belly from the well. The pickles, which were already very fragrant, paired with the chunk of pork belly, made for an excellent combination. Yang could not help but salivate as she was filling the dumplings. When Yang finished filling the dumplings, Tsuehua finished rolling out all the dumpling skins. Quihua's method was accurate, each dumpling skin being uniform in size and perfectly thin. Yang placed the prepared fillings on the stove, picked up dumpling skin and asked, Mom, can you teach me too? Tsuehua replied with a smile, why bother? Let Mom handle little things like making dumplings. Go get some sleep, otherwise you'll be up early tomorrow. Yang shook her head saying, it's still early, one wouldn't be able to fall asleep even if one tried. Let's wait a while longer. Quihua's speed and accuracy in dumplings making were remarkable. In merely a few seconds, she had a dumpling ready and each was shaped like pretty liaoyi, even more appealing than the ones sold in the streets. Yang felt hungry just watching and said, Mom, make more dumplings. Let's have dumplings for lunch tomorrow. Okay. Tsuehua nodded and pressed, Yang, be honest with me. How did you get to know that Shemo today? She had a hunch that there was more to it. Yang answered nonchalantly, it's just like I told you. One was retrieving a fishing trap from the river, and he thought I was going to jump in the river, really? Tsuehua looked doubtfully into Yang's eyes. Really? Yang nodded lightly. Tsuehua continued, actually, Shema seems to be a decent kid. Your mom was thinking. The rest of her words were left unsaid. Emo-chishin definitely captured Ni Kuihua's approval. He was eloquent, cultured, and from his attire, his family situation seemed well off. Most importantly, as a woman who had been through it all, she could tell that Emo-chishin harbored special feelings for Ni Yang. Although it was faint, if you paid close attention, you could notice. They say that a girl's fate is like a seed. When it lands on fertile ground, it grows with no worries and reaps a lifetime of bliss. But when it lands on barren land, no matter how much effort is put into it, it can't take root and survive. Ni Yang was 17 this year, and for this reason, Ni Tsuehua didn't want Ni Yang to miss out on Emo-chishin. As a mother, she didn't just want her daughter to find love, but also material stability. This is reality. A union without material assurance is fragile. Because love will one day lose to the demands of daily life. Mom, why are you thinking about such things? He and one are from different worlds. Plus, one have to focus on my studies to get into university. From now on, I don't want you thinking about these things. Ni Yang quickly cut off Ni Kuihua's words. Maybe the incident from her past life left a deep impact on Ni Yang, who remained uninterested in the idea of marrying a man so far. The phrase, rely on a man, was not in her dictionary. Whether it was her previous life or the current one. She only depended on herself. In this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Ni Tsuehua smiled helplessly. Okay, I won't mention it. As long as you know what you're doing. Even if you want to go to university, you still have to get married one day, right? You can't possibly stay single forever. Since Ni Yang wasn't agreeable, Ni Tsuehua wouldn't force her to comply. After all, a coerced melon is never sweet. I just don't want to get married. One want to be with you forever. Ni Yang held Ni Kuihua's neck gently and spoke her mind. Chapter 87. Wanting 100 sons is not a problem, silly child, what are you thinking? Ni Tsuehua continued, as women, it's only natural for us to marry. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, but why must a girl get married? Mom, don't you see we are doing just fine without men now? Not only have we managed to survive, but we're also living better than before. This just shows that men aren't necessary at all. Ni Tsuehua was momentarily speechless. Because what Ni Yang said did make sense. After pondering for a moment, Ni Tsuehua answered, but if you don't get married and have children, who will take care of you when you're old? Ni Tsuehua, having not received an education, was narrow-minded and held a small worldview. The confining notion that a woman's purpose was to bear children was deeply ingrained in her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have previously felt guilty for being unable to produce a son. Such misconceptions needed to be rectified. Ni Yang looked up at Ni Tsuehua and said seriously, Mom, girls are not tools for carrying on the family line. Marriage and having children are not a necessity for every woman. The chairman has said that men and women are now equal. As women of the new era, we must be independent and self-reliant. We can't rely on men to survive. Take yourself for example. If you hadn't chosen to divorce back then, you surely know what your life would be like now. Only when we become stronger ourselves, do we become truly strong. Hence, what's most important for us now is to work hard to make money, then go to high school, university, and broaden our horizons. We need to have the ability to live a good life ourselves and also to help others. When we become millionaires one day, you'll realize that not only can you have a son, but even if you want 10 or 100 sons, it won't be a problem. And one promise, they will all be filial. Times have changed, and we women can hold up our share of the sky just as well. Ni Yang's words were heartfelt, leaving Ni Tsuehua silent for a long time. She wanted to say something in rebuttal, but she realized she couldn't find any words to counter. Indeed, her thinking was too narrow. Nai Tsuhua nodded. Yang, you're right. From now on, we will not rely on anyone. Seeing her mother understand this reasoning, Nai Yang felt less worried. Her biggest fear was that Nai Tsuehua would remain in a dead end. Nai Yang picked up a dumpling skin and said, Mom, you make such beautiful dumplings, please teach me. She genuinely wanted to learn. Seeing Nai Yang's thirst for knowledge, Nai Tsuehua didn't refuse again, but taught her step by step. Nai Yang, being a clever girl blessed with the advantages of her rebirth, was a quick learner and mastered the skill in no time. The dumplings she made were nearly as good as Nai Quihua's. In less than 15 minutes, the mother and daughter had made 100 dumplings. The next day, Nai Yang got up early. First, she put the rice and mint leaves that had been soaked the night before into a casserole, simmering them over a low heat. Then, she began to fry the dumplings. She added a layer of vegetable oil to the pan. Once the oil was hot, she added the dumplings. After a sizzling sound, the small kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. The dumplings were fried to a golden brown on both sides, evenly colored and resembled gold ingots. They looked impressive. Nai Yang couldn't resist trying one. The dumpling had a crispy outside and a tender filling. When she bit into it, the savory taste of pickled vegetables and pork filled her mouth. A faint spicy and sour taste followed. The taste was rich without being oily. It tantalized her taste buds. After eating 4 dumplings in a row, Nai Yang put some of the pan-fried dumplings into a thermos, leaving some for Nai Tsuehua and Nai Chenghua's breakfast. The thermos was in 3 layers. The first layer contained mint porridge, the second layer held the pan-fried dumplings, and the third layer was filled with stir-fried lettuce and shredded pork that Nai Yang had cooked. The daily use of materia medica, once stated, lettuce benefits the 5 internal organs, nourishes the muscles and bones, relieves summer heat, opens the meridians, refreshes the breath, and brightens the eyes. Since the vision of the elderly tends to deteriorate, eating lettuce can maintain good eyesight. Furthermore, when Nai Yang stir-fried the lettuce, she controlled the heat well, ensuring that the dish was crunchy and tasty as well as fragrant. The combination of lettuce, mint porridge, and dumplings made a very good meal. And since dumplings are known for stimulating the appetite, the old lady would surely enjoy the meal thoroughly. After packing everything into the thermos, Nai Yang saw the sour plum soup on one side. She fetched a glass, filling it up with the soup. Chapter 88 Wanting 100 sons is not a problem _4. Li Gongqing gave her 100 yuan, and she always wanted to make the old lady feel happy while eating. She wanted to make sure that the 100 yuan was well spent. After preparing the old lattice food, Nai Yang started to prepare the items for her stall today. After hurriedly finishing a bowl of leftover mint gruel, Nai Yang pushed her bike out. At this moment, it was just beginning to lighten in the east, but people were already hard at work in the fields. Everyone was trying to get as much work done as possible before the sun came up. Once the sun was up, it would be too warm to work as much. By the time Nai Yang arrived at her stall, Li Gongqing was, as always, already waiting for her. Xiaoni, let me help you. He came over to help Nai Yang unload the bike. Thank you. Nai Yang politely thanked him. Nai Yang's bike had 2 large iron buckets of pickled cabbage fish soup strapped to the back. The buckets didn't look big, but they were very heavy and Li Gongqing could hardly lift one even with both hands. I'll do it. Nai Yang smiled slightly and took the bucket from him. Therefore, when he saw her effortlessly carrying 2 buckets of pickled cabbage fish soup, Li Gongqing was stunned. What had this girl been eating to grow up so strong? Her strength was incredible. For the first time, Li Gongqing felt inferior to a girl. Not only did she earn more money than him, but now she was also stronger than him. But Nai Yang was a bit odd. Despite poor sales yesterday morning, she had prepared a lot of food for today. Was she planning to sell all the way until tomorrow morning? Was she a bit naive? In fact, Ni Yang was not naive at all. Because she had a sense that her business today would be better than the day before. Of course, the strategic thinking behind this was beyond Li Gongcheng's comprehension. After all, he was not a businessman. With this in mind, Li Gongcheng approached Ni Yang, ready to speak, when she beat him to it, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Mr. Li, shall we stick to the usual this morning?" "Yes." Li Gongcheng nodded. "All right, it will be a moment then." She seemed to remember something, and handed him a bag with a thermos in it. "This is the breakfast we agreed on for the old lady. I just made something simple, I don't know if she would like it." "Thank you. With your culinary skills, I'm sure the old lady will love it." Li Gongcheng happily took the food from her. Soon, a bowl of fragrant pickled fish was placed in front of Li Gongcheng. Meanwhile, there was also a purple-red drink. "What is this?" Li Gongcheng asked, pointing to the cup of sour plum soup. Ni Yang explained with a smile, "This is sour plum soup, I made it myself. The first cup is free, would you like to give it a try?" "Sure." Li Gongcheng grabbed it and took a sip, then declared in shock, "Xiaoni, this sour plum soup is so delicious. How much is it per cup?" "1 cent per cup," Ni Yang answered. 1 cent per cup. Such a delicious drink was so cheap. Li Gongcheng could hardly believe his ears. He knew that cans of soda sold for 1.5 yuan each. This sour plum soup tasted infinitely better than store-bought sodas. One cent? Li Gongcheng asked with uncertainty. Ni Yang nodded, "Yes, 1 cent." Ni Yang was a businesswoman and certainly wouldn't run a business at a loss. Although 1 cent for a cup of sour plum soup might seem cheap, she was banking on the volume of sales and it could potentially bring in more customers. If she could sell 500 cups of sour plum soup in a morning, that would be 50 yuan. Deducting the cost, she would at least earn 45 yuan. The most important thing is, compared to pickled vegetable noodles, sour plum soup is much easier to make. The cups used to serve the sour plum soup were much smaller than the bowls, and 500 cups were not that much. Li Gongcheng went on to say, "Then, I'd like another cup." "Sure." Ni Yang poured another cup of sour plum soup and handed it to Li Gongcheng. Soon after, more and more diners arrived at the previously desolate stall. In no time at all the tables were full. As usual, Ni Yang offered each person a cup of sour plum soup. Unsurprisingly, everyone who tasted it gave positive feedback and all of them ordered a cup. You could buy 10 cups of sour plum soup for the price of 1 can of soda, and the sour plum soup tasted better. Any discerning person would not hesitate to spend that 1 cent. Chapter 89 Wanting 100 sons is not a problems. Translator 549690339 Friolan. Ga on lien ahd mauer in Frotnefo in Snawai Sulta. The flavor here is really authentic. Although it's 5 cents cheaper per bowl over there, one always feel like something's missing. Nt kos gusnai anr fat, sao. 3 dt Eindeldife have nb mi ta 8 back fo the Nelly Hiaga boss, I want a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles. I want a bowl too. Li Gongcheng sat at his table, watching Ni Yang ladling noodles unhurriedly at her stall, with utter astonishment in his eyes. No wonder she prepared so many ingredients this morning. She must have foreseen this scene. In Yasin Kelp was Ptia but nitnc. Bertosehtir Rolino a few Quormsuits ta news hasnxtusi clepa Sun Chuanxiang initially thought that her place would be exceptionally busy this morning, so she specially prepared more than 2,000 bowls of soup noodles and even summoned her sister-in-law to come and help. But she didn't anticipate this situation. Ray sisibn swa goin iwilt sujstrarn. Gonmi could it be that wretched Ni Yang girl was up to some mischief again? What a shameless wench she was. Sun anoixing tip her IPL dan dias to race siln, stero at her say, D. Exia, nih epek and I on niskthi. I'm going over there for a b. I. T. Zhao Xiangji nodded, sure, sis, go ahead. Sun Chuanxiang left her stall and walked over to Ni Yang's. STCE. Xiert saw Dian Alon Weekly at an Sien. Ji upon seeing this scene, Sun Chunxiang's face turned green with anger. Indeed. Hat resetwi glur ni eigen ahd stolen hre isianusp, what a faceless brat. Sun Chuanxiang really felt like throwing herself at her and choking Ni Yang to death. This nui ift. SRS got her hegtud and throw it no ernspo. Then Ray Austin was received to draw out fo, Holix nad one he's was snulki her sksto. Umer did Ni Yang think she was that easy to push around? No, she couldn't stand by and watch Ni Yang take away all her customers. HTIW Ligmazen Cafe, Sun Stjangsen Iwdike into 8 Diemeld of the Enel hits line Esens Pride GN. OL you all pelebro not thou, NK tuberties anrioth pilst sif aldo offs vorer. T not yang les itf etneskerk pepr blow. At voice salo dot neve to wait in any lead DNA the asset is 10 seemed erect at an HR, EE upon hearing this, a short-haired woman immediately asked, really? Sun Chuanxiang nodded hurriedly, what are you asking, big sis, do you think I would lie? It's right over there, look, HT sartir to onmo dotso no t, piasit udalk adderst 8 iadriak dipon yut by sun and uxjin. See DNA after ryugif udo the attack null, o headski with DNI estatemp, ho, you ignavlk abbot that law. Sep, yes, yes, yes. Sun Chuanxiang nodded anxiously, that's the one. The short-haired woman continued, I went there yesterday morning. The flavor wasn't nearly as good as this place. Although it's a bit cheaper, the fishy smell is rather strong. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the woman said, with a knowing look, oh, I see. You must be the boss of that stall, right? UNSH Jixnon didn't sexbit HTE Serdrio onum to say TS. Hi as Baylor. T motikert when Narithos Romet ops. Ek, I went there yesterday morning too. The taste is indeed not as good, so I came back here this morning. Yeah, me too. Eti over free si way. Tebrit Sun Chunxiang's face turned darker and darker, and with a bowed head, she ran away amidst the discussions. Ekiel alalkretsfe. E detwen g, od she wondered whether all these people could have been hired by Ni Yang. How could Ni Yang's noodles taste that good? Es da ed tas temot. Oh, after returning to her own stall, Sun Chuanxiang handed Zhao Xiangji 30 cents, and said, Xiangji, take this money and buy a bowl of pickled fish noodles from the place across the street. She was eager to taste it, just to see if that bitch's noodles are indeed as delicious as everyone said they were. Zhao Nizi xh glio at snu nhk snu ni repursuis adn ake, ds etra sln, iws not we also sli dikpulse shfn. Utsil yhw etsa eamni nibu ti sreal. Sun Chuanxiang, looking a bit impatient, said, just do what one asked. Without daring to say anything more, Zhao Xiangji took the money and headed off. Wav. RNI Ray A, TR as DHA Cuters SNU Nukankshia a Untatso Tim. ESPT. Is it just because she's got money? Esta OS actor up to at. Does having money mean she can order me about like I'm some beast of burden? After waiting in line for a long time, Zhao Xiangji finally got a bowl of pickled fish noodles. Wyelano yun hse del the oblu of unsel in ad did she adnerten y sun nug siaxen was igenwil to septen 30 cent to eve ray bergina ola ba. CK they were both supposedly pickled fish noodles, but the difference was like night and day. The pickled fish noodles from that place had a great color, broth, and presentation. Touches the lumels inlo saw ognue rof pelio o tiud. Lr no wonder no one patronizes Sun Chungxiang's noodle stall. After Sun Chuanxiang tasted some of the noodles that Zhao Xiangji had brought back, as soon as they entered her mouth, she frowned. HSE Cloud Ariel gets a tot, Etenrod go out weeks, oag seeth odselen hadn't tiag and tea, breet rich, sour, and refreshing. It was so delicious that after eating a bowl, you couldn't help but want a second. Sun eneng sugiaj tua ipes of pilek talvajib morfate and totab of 8 wab, elik look arlignes tot this pildek ultigiv was ton I like the eno as losui hugubtrfmo htem, arket havenji sittib pitkul hfis and solo orfa igen time, she knew ta 8 sesnus fo the I saw ni the iptlv. We'll get the reason why Ni Yang's pickled vegetable noodles tasted so good was largely because of the pickled vegetable. This meant that if she could find out where this pickled vegetable was bought from, she could make noodles that taste just as good. Tnijink fo sure, ta ogm zalims yurntr o usn kenjiksons, CFE being a local of Beijing, if Sun Chuanxiang wanted to find where this kind of pickled vegetable was sold, it would be extremely easy. Just wait and see. Es dalwood deftienly be bella to inft hte sme apklikt geel. Teeb when Li Gongqing arrived at the Mo family with the meal prepared by Ni Yang, there was a guest at the house. It saw a Nyug Wonam who saw Katie Asir. Tip if he hadn't seen Ni Yang, he would have certainly thought her a beauty. But after meeting Ni Yang, he felt that no one else had seen before could even compare. Eno Clodin Vyas. Isht after Ni Yang, there were no more beauties. The young woman was sitting on the couch, speaking with Madame Mo. It was Railk tot amdma om like a, lotter seya lolfefo isam nirad threaranen. Tosf Madame Li Gongqing approached. Xiaoli is here, Madame Mo looked up and smiled. Li Gionji ncg tup a trelmtninokri no the oseftle dna asti. Demame, size htm li prebter ybni angi from the inudits alas uxidir ybt armies o, m pales tis ti dna phi ti tias roi likni, retsam om tednemnio that a yulokt sacre de coco rofu urvi day. Madame Mo nodded, looking a bit disappointed. Didn't he buy any noodles to bring back this morning? Of course, he had bought noodles, but Master Mo had commandeered them halfway. Fo cows. Are these Erwe not Sjin totli Sigong Ijuok say oti mad mo amlets India? Madam, eating noodles in the morning might not be easy to digest. Why don't you try these dishes first and see if they suit your taste? Alright, Madam Mo nodded, I understand, you can go on with your work. Il genik nabod withlist to damma mo net ruined dna lo. Ft Madame Mo turned to the young woman beside her and said with a smile, Xian, let me tell you, this Xiaoni is quite skilled in cooking. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's eat together and see what delicacies are in this thermal container. Chapter 90 is that person, Ni Yang. _1 I Xiaoni. And she's good at cooking. Could it be Ni Yang? Li Xian squinted subtly. The good cooking skills and the surname Ni made Li Xian unconsciously think of Ni Yang. Thinking of Ni Yang's beautiful face, Li Xian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. But didn't Li Shu say that Ni Yang had married a bachelor? Could it be that Mu Yen is not Ni Yang at all? Did she mistake everything from the beginning? Li Xian thought until she was lost in thought. Xian, what are you thinking? Old Madame Mo waved an arm before Ni Yang. All? No, Li Xian quickly snapped back, laughing, Grandma, is this Xiaoni's cooking really that delicious? Yes, especially that bowl of noodles, it's simply divine. Old Madame Mo continued, hey, let's stop chatting, Xian, let's eat. Suppressing her worries, Li Xian responded, okay, Grandma. Immediately, a servant brought 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks over. Li Xian opened the thermos skillfully, laying out the food one by one, and generously served old Madame Mo a bowl of rice porridge, praising, "It smells so good, Grandma, these must be really delicious." The pan-fried dumplings were fried to a golden brown on both sides, looking like adorable golden ingots. The mint porridge was crystal clear, pretty as agate and jade. The shredded pork with lettuce was fresh and crispy, paired with 2 red bell peppers. These dishes were like beautifully crafted pieces of art. Just the sight of these dishes was a feast for the eyes. Most importantly, they emitted a captivating aroma, making one drool. Not like other dishes that boast only appearance but lack flavor. This is what we call a flavor that combines the essence of taste and appearance. Gazing at these dishes, Li Xianxian was contemplative. Ni Yang's specialty was Cantonese cuisine. She never cooked simple home dishes, and she absolutely couldn't make dumplings. Let alone such beautiful Liao Yi dumplings. So, this couldn't have been made by Ni Yang. Yes, there's no way it's Ni Yang. Ni Yang had been married off to that old bachelor a long time ago. She might even be suffering now. At this thought, Li Xianxian felt considerably relieved. As old Madame Mo eyed the dishes, she couldn't help but swallow, picked up a pair of chopsticks and said, "Xianxian, let's eat quickly before it gets cold." Li Xianxian nodded, picked up a pair of chopsticks obediently, and only after old Madame Mo had taken the first bite, did she mechanically follow suit by taking a bite of the pan-fried dumpling. The frying of the dumpling was well controlled, crispy on the outside, while soft on the inside. After one bite, a splash of sour and spicy soup exploded from within, filling her mouth with a delicious tart, spicy, and savory combination. The lettuce was crispy and refreshing, delicate and tasty, pairing very nicely with the dumpling and creating 2 different types of sensory experiences. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating. After finishing the dumplings and lettuce, she had a mouthful of refreshing mint porridge just in time to cut the grease. It felt like an upgrade in her life quality. Old Madame Mo had initially thought the pickled fish noodles were the most delicious food in the world, but now it seemed her previous experiences were just too limited. Old Madame Mo ate with joy. Good, good. Li Xianxian was also surprised. She had never eaten anything so delicious before. But in order to maintain her figure and image, Li Xianxian put down her chopsticks after having only a couple of dumplings. Old Madame Mo was surprised. "Xianxian, are you done eating?" Li Xianxian picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth like a well-bred girl, speaking softly, "Grandma, I'm already full, you can have the rest." "You only ate this much." Old Madame Mo frowned slightly, like feeding a cat. Li Xianxian smiled shyly, "I've had a small appetite since I was little." In order to maintain her figure, Li Xianxian dared not eat too much. Though she has managed to maintain her weight, what troubled Li Xianxian was that a certain part of her body also scaled down with it. Therefore, to ensure she looks good in clothes, she stuffed a lot in her chest area. So, Li Xianxian still had an amazing figure. Old Madame Mo laughed, "You can't always eat so little, it's not good for your health. You have to eat more in the future. You're so thin that I believe Baichuan could lift you with just one hand." Mentioning Mo Baichuan, Li Xianxian's face turned slightly red. "Grandma, don't tease me anymore." Old Madame Mo smiled, picked another dumpling. All right, they'll stop. Can't I just eat my dumpling?" Chapter 91 is that person, Ni Yang. _2. Li Xianxian bashfully lowered her head, but a glint of triumphant satisfaction shone in her eyes. Since Grandma Mo had willingly brought up Mo Baichuan in front of her, it meant there was a 2% chance for their entanglement. Because the dishes Ni Yang prepared were so delicious, Grandma Mo ate as many as a dozen pan-fried dumplings, drinking a large bowl of porridge. Only then she put her chopsticks down. With a few dumplings left, along with half a bowl of porridge and half a plate of pork stir-fried lettuce, Grandma Mo specifically ordered someone to keep them for lunch. Hearing this, Li Xianxian lifted her gaze and said, "Grandma, you're older now and your digestive system isn't in the best condition. It might be better to throw away the leftovers. However, Grandma Mo casually retorted, "It's fine. I've eaten book covers and roots when I was young. What's a little leftover food?" The old generation is used to being thrifty and were somewhat displeased upon hearing Li Xiangxian's suggestion. Just by hearing what she said, it was clear she was not a person accustomed to daily life. To this day, many families are still so impoverished that they can't afford a meal. To Grandma Mo, Li Xianxian insisted on throwing away the perfectly fine leftovers. As soon as those words were spoken, Li Xianxian realized her mistake and hurriedly tried to correct it. "Grandma, I didn't mean it that way. I just worried that the leftovers might upset your stomach." Grandma Mo didn't think much of it. "Never mind that, Grandma knows you meant well." Hearing this, Li Xianxian sighed in relief and changed the subject. "By the way, Grandma, the weather is quite nice this morning. Shall I accompany you to the garden?" Grandma Mo nodded and laughed. "Sounds good." Li Xianxian immediately got up from the sofa and supported Grandma Mo's arm, ingratiating herself. "Let me assist you, Grandma." The two had just stepped out of the room. A tall and handsome figure approached. His stunning yet hidden face under the light was incredibly eye-catching. Dressed in a simple white shirt, form-fitting dress pants, black leather shoes, a black suit jacket hanging on his arm and one hand in the pocket, he walked against the light. The sun gradually highlighted his exquisitely angular features, breathtakingly radiant. This was the worthless sixth son of the Mo family, Mo Qishan. Such a shame. A man with such handsome looks, only to be wasted in the body of a useless person. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, a hint of disdain briefly flashed in her eyes, but she politely said in front of Grandma Mo, "Uncle Six." Mo Qishan nodded and walked over. Without a word, he gave Grandma Mo a big hug. "Mom, I've missed you so much after such a long time." Grandma Mo was stunned at first, then pushed Mo Qishan away, irritated. "Get away. Who is your mother? You're hardly home all year round. Does this ungrateful son of mine even have me in his eyes?" No matter the family, mothers always spoil their youngest children. Mo Qishan had grown up spoiled and pampered. Although Grandma Mo disliked her youngest son on the surface, she still loved him very much deep inside. Although he could be considered useless, he's considerate and kind-hearted, always displaying filial piety. Moreover, money was not an object in the Mo family. Let alone supporting one Mo Qishan, they could easily support tens, or even hundreds of him. So, whether Mo Qishan was competent or not was not much of a concern to Grandma Mo. "Mom, you fill my eyes," said Mo Qishan with a playful smile. "Isn't there a lyric that goes, 'Mom is the best in the world, children with mothers are precious gems'? Am I not the gem in your hands?" Mo Qishan's few words brought laughter to Grandma Mo. "You're a grown man, still claiming to be a gem. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Mo Qishan held Grandma Mo's arm. "A child with a mother will always be a gem." Grandma Mo's laugh was even more hearty. As Li Xianxian watched from the side, contempt filled her eyes. This youngest son of the Mo family was truly a worthless piece of trash. Beyond making the elderly happy, he was good for nothing. She really wondered how the Mo family ended up having such a good-for-nothing. Mo Qishan's gaze casually swept over Li Xianxian. Strangely, Li Xianxian shuddered inadvertently. But when Li Xianxian looked up again, Mo Qishan had already resumed his wastrel demeanor. Did she see things wrong? Right, she must be seeing things wrong. How could a good-for-nothing have that kind of look? Chapter 92 is that person, Ni Yang. _3. Madame Mo continued, "Mo, are you out of money again?" Because Mo Qishan was nothing more than a wastrel, Madame Mo was always worried about him running out of money. Mo Qishan said, "No, I have money, you don't need to worry." Madame Mo retorted, "There's no one else here, no need for embarrassment. Take this card." If you're out of money, it'll give you more. Helpless, Mo Chishan said, Mom, I really do have money. If he doesn't even have a decent job, how could he have money? Knowing that he wanted to save face, Madame Mo immediately put on a stern face and said, If I ask you to take it, take it. If you don't take it, don't call me Mom again. I don't want a son like you. Seeing Madame Mo act like this, Mo Chishan could only accept, because he knew that if he didn't, the old woman would surely worry about him not having enough to eat or being warm enough out in the world. At this, the contempt in Li Xiangxian's eyes deepened. This Mo6 not only was a mama's boy but he relied on his parents for living expenses too. It was really sickening. Madame Mo continued, By the way, Mo, Xianxian and I are going for a walk in the garden. Do you want to join us? Mo Chishan said, You two go ahead, I'm going upstairs for a nap. Madame Mo said, If you don't want to come, that's fine. Xianxian, let's go. Okay, Grandma. Understandingly, Li Xianxian took Madame Mo's arm, nodded at Mo Chishan, and then walked out with Madame Mo. The garden was in full blossom. The breeze was carrying the light scent of flowers, refreshing the mind. Li Xianxian was good at making people happy with her words. In just a few minutes, she had managed to cheer up Madame Mo. Girls are always better, they know how to make people happy. Unlike that Baichuan, always has a poker face. He finally got time off, but still doesn't know to spend more time with me, his old mother. As she was hoping to set Mo Baichuan and Li Xianxian up, Madame Mo would often mention Mo Baichuan intentionally or unintentionally. Li Xianxian said gently, Grandma, here I am with you. Besides, Mo is not young anymore. In a few years, when he gets married, there will naturally be a daughter-in-law to take care of you, and even give you a few great-grandchildren. By then, you will be a great-grandmother. Upon hearing this, Madame Mo's smile became even broader, no idea when that kid is going to settle down. Li Xiangxian's eyes flickered, Didn't you arrange a meeting for Mr. Mo and Miss Zhou a few days ago? I heard that Miss Zhou is not only very beautiful but also an overseas study alumni. These two are simply made for each other, a perfect match of looks and talent. Mentioning this, Madame Mo became angry. That dim-witted boy didn't even meet up with Miss Zhou. Left with no explanation for the matchmaker. They had clearly arranged to meet at the cafe. When that boy comes back, he'll have to answer to me. Hearing this, Li Xianxian pretended to be surprised. Oh. Mr. Mo didn't meet Miss Zhou. Madame Mo nodded. I wonder if he has someone else in his heart. Even if he does, he can't stand up Miss Zhou like that. Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement quickly passed through Li Xiangxian's eyes. She knew that Mo Baichuan had her in his heart. It was just that he was too shy to admit due to his macho pride. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood Zhou Yalan up for her sake. Everything Mo Baichuan did must be for her. Thinking about this, Li Xiangxian's heart was as sweet as if it had been filled with honey. Li Xianxian masked her emotions and continued, I don't think there are any women in Mr. Mo's heart. Although there are female comrade-in-arms in the base, Mr. Mo never approaches them. At the base, the only one who could approach Mo Baichuan was her and nobody else. Thinking about this, Li Xiangxian's heart fluttered again. On hearing this, Madame Mo turned to Li Xianxian, puzzled. That's strange, if there's no one in Baichuan's heart, why didn't he meet Miss Zhou? Li Xianxian laughed, it might be for some other reason. After all, I've never seen Mr. Mo interact with other women. The last words were quite enlightening. She hasn't seen other women. But there is Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Madame Mo reacted quickly. Her eyes filled with realization as she looked at Li Xianxian. Chapter 93 is that person, Ni Yang. _4. That's right. The person who has always been closely following Mo Baichuan is Li Xianxian. Could this kid have fallen for Li Xianxian? Notice the gaze of Granny Mo. Li Xiangxian's face blushed a bit, and she shyly said, "Granny, why are you looking at me like this? Do I have something dirty on my face?" As she spoke, Li Xianxian touched her own cheek, feeling puzzled. Granny Mo laughed benignly, "No, no, our Xianxian is beautiful." "Oh, Granny, you're making me shy." Li Xiangxian's voice softened a few degrees. All right, I'll stop speaking." Granny Mo looked at Li Xianxian, who was as beautiful as a fresh flower, and suddenly came up with a plan. After a moment, Granny Mo continued, "Right, Xianxian, how is the issue with the divine doctor from Jiangnan progressing?" Mo Huti was banking on this divine doctor to save her life. Considering this, Granny Mo's smile faded slightly. Li Xianxian then said, "Granny, don't worry, I have already contacted the divine doctor. He said that he might not have time to come over for a while, and we might have to wait a bit more." Wait a bit more. But she feared that Mo Huti couldn't wait much longer. Li Xianxian seemed to perceive Granny Mo's underlying concern. "Granny, don't worry, the divine doctor has promised to send us some life-saving elixirs first. Currently, he has a very serious patient under his care. Once that patient is healed, he will immediately come here." Hearing this, Granny Mo was considerably relieved. "Xianxian, is it really true that the divine doctor will send the medicine over?" Li Xianxian smiled. "Granny, what are you saying? Could I lie to you?" That's good. Granny Mo took Li Xiangxian's hand, exclaiming, "Xianxian, I don't know how I can ever repay you. The divine doctor from Jiangnan is known for his eccentric temperament. Moreover, he refuses to treat people surnamed Mo or Yang. If it weren't for Li Xianxian, they would be helpless." Granny Mo was so moved that her eyes reddened. "Granny," Li Xianxian said earnestly, "there's no need for you to stand on ceremony with me." Granny Mo nodded. Just at this moment, an eye-catching figure walked through the flower garden. With every step, it was as though he was walking right into Li Xiangxian's heart. Li Xianxian gazed at the figure, her eyes filled with infatuation, almost forgetting to breathe. Seeing Li Xianxian like this, Granny Mo's smile deepened. Her grandson was truly magnificent. So handsome. Look at how smitten the young lady is. Chuan is back. Granny Mo went forward to greet him with a beaming smile. "Granny." Mo Baichuan reached out to steady Granny Mo. At this time, Li Xianxian also reacted, quickly reaching out to support Granny Mo's other arm, saying softly, "Granny, let us accompany you for a walk." There's no denying that the way she conversed was clever and she had high emotional intelligence. Granny Mo smiled widely, "Very well." With one on each side to support Granny Mo, Li Xianxian occasionally said something to make Granny Mo laugh heartily. The atmosphere was indeed harmonious. After a while, Mo Baichuan suddenly stopped and said to Granny Mo, "Granny, I have to leave for some work, I won't be able to accompany you." "Stay a bit longer, it's not often that you accompany me for a walk." Granny Mo looked up at Mo Baichuan. Li Xianxian also looked expectantly at Mo Baichuan. However, Mo Baichuan didn't even spare her a glance. He bent down and said, "Granny, I promise I will spend more time with you when I get a chance." He then affectionately touched his left cheek to Granny Mo's. Granny Mo looked delighted. "Get going, you naughty boy. I'm off then." Mo Baichuan turned and walked off in another direction. Li Xianxian stared dumbly at his retreating figure, her eyes were clouded with adoration, and she couldn't snap out of it for quite a while. Granny Mo teased her with a smile, "Xianxian, what do you think about Chuan, that naughty boy?" Li Xianxian quickly recovered, nodded and said, He's very good." The smile on Granny Mo's face grew wider as she added, "That boy has always been like that. He has a troublesome temper, even in front of the people he likes, he never changes. You must not mind." Mo Baichuan's personality was notoriously troublesome, that was the reason he has been unable to find a partner till now. Granny Mo didn't want his bad temperament to scare Li Xianxian away. Chapter 94 is that person, Ni Yang. _5. It's not easy to find someone you like. Li Xianxian shyly shook her head, pretending she didn't understand. I don't know what you're talking about, Grandma, let's go look around up ahead. From an angle where old Lady Mo couldn't see, a triumphant smile spread across Li Xianxian's face. Li Xianxian did a good job pretending, so old Lady Mo naturally didn't notice anything unusual. Over at the Yurtist Road morning market, Ni Yang had prepared more than 600 bowls of noodles today and sold them all before noon. There were still many customers who didn't get a chance to have noodles. Little boss, you only prepare so few noodles every morning. Are you deliberately tempting our appetites? Joked a customer who stood in line for a long time without getting his noodles. Exactly, little boss, are you doing it on purpose? A lot of customers joined in the buzz. Mu Qingli distributed small cards to everyone and apologized. I'm really sorry, there are limited bowls of soup noodles every morning, and I can't keep up by myself. You can come over earlier tomorrow. With this small card, you can get a 5-cent discount per bowl. This earned considerable approval from the crowd. 5 cents. That could buy one old-fashioned popsicle. The little boss indeed knew how to do business. Who else would be willing to give up this 5 cents? Ni Yang distributed all more than 100 cards until none left. After giving out all the cards, Ni Yang started to clean up the stall and prepared to go home. Today was Saturday, so as Ni Yang just walked over to the shop, she saw Lu Wei sitting on a bench in front of the door reading. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Wei immediately looked up. As expected, it was Ni Yang. Ni Yang, have you started packing up? Li Wei initiated the conversation. Yeah. Mu Qingli nodded. Li Wei continued, Ni Yang, I have a question to ask you. Ni Yang swiftly arranged the table and chairs. What's the matter? Li Wei took out an English test paper next to him. This problem. This problem was one of the most prone to errors in high school English. Last time, Ni Yang easily corrected the difference between adming and admirable, making Li Wei disappointed. He was a high school student, and Ni Yang was merely a junior high student. How could Ni Yang's English be this good? To test whether Ni Yang just had a lucky guess last time, Li Wei intentionally found the hardest question on the English test paper. He didn't believe that Ni Yang could answer this time. After seeing the question, Ni Yang responded, she hid herself after the tree is clearly a defective sentence. The correct answer should be she hid herself behind the tree. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was astounded. His last dignity was gone. Ni Yang really did know. She truly knew English. After being stunned for a moment, Li Wei continued, can you explain why we use it that way? Ni Yang answered, because after is often used to express something after a certain action, so some grammar books call it a dynamic preposition, whereas behind is often used after static things. Right. That was also how his teacher explained it. Li Wei didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment. Ni Yang, thank you. It took him a while just to squeeze that out. Ni Yang smiled faintly, you're welcome. Then, Li Wei continued, Ni Yang, last time you said you still wanted to go to school, right? Yeah. Ni Yang nodded. Li Wei added, actually, I feel that you don't need to go to school anymore. You're already excellent enough and you're doing pretty well in business. For us girls, there's no use in reading so many books, as long as you marry into a good family. Out of personal motives, Li Wei didn't want Ni Yang to attend school. Because Ni Yang was really too excellent. If she attended school, she would probably get into a prestigious university. What kind of good guys wouldn't she be able to find in the university? By that time, he would really not be good enough for her. It would be better to just stay as it is. Ni feels like an individual. He was a high school student with a promising future. When Ni Yang stood next to him, Ni Yang was indeed in a superior position. Hearing this, Ni Yang laughed. Li Wei, what you said doesn't sound like something an intellectual would say. What does it mean to just marry into a good family? Shouldn't us girls be mere cuscuta flowers? What was a cuscuta flower? A cuscuta flower was a kind of flower that could only survive by clinging to other plants. Chapter 95 is that person, Ni Yang. _6. Having his feelings laid bare by Ni Yang, Li Wei's face flushed crimson, worried that he was not good enough for Ni Yang, yet too embarrassed to voice these concerns directly. No, that's not what I meant. Right at that moment, Qian Jinfeng walked out of the store. She looked up to see Li Wei, his face beet red, and then her gaze shifted to Ni Yang, who was as enchanting as a sprite. Which young boy isn't passionate, or young girl not longing for love? Seeing this scene and recalling Li Dongliang's words, a look of displeasure crossed Qian Jinfeng's face. That Ni Yang. Not content with running her business, she even dared to flirt with her own son. So young, yet so calculating. Qian Jinfeng glanced at Li Wei and said sweetly, Xiao Wei, it's hot outside. Why don't you go back inside and study? Okay. Li Wei glanced hurriedly at Ni Yang before turning to go inside. Qian Jinfeng turned to Ni Yang, all smiles. Yang, have you sold all your noodles this morning? Qian Jinfeng was a diligent housewife. Every morning she would cook on time, unaware that Ni Yang's pickled fish noodles at the morning market were selling out. So every time Ni Yang told them she had sold out, they thought she was boasting. Ni Yang nodded, yes. Auntie, I have done my cleaning here. I'm heading home. Go ahead. Qian Jinfeng waved at Ni Yang. Once Ni Yang had left, Qian Jinfeng called into the house, Xiao Wei, we have to remain grounded in life. Don't always think about shortcuts or getting carried away. For example, when choosing a girl to marry, shouldn't the couple come from similar backgrounds? Qian Jinfeng's voice was loud, her words a veiled criticism, causing Ni Yang to frown in confusion. Although Ni Yang didn't fully understand what Qian Jinfeng was hinting at, she knew that those words were intended for her to hear. It seemed she needed to work harder, strive further, to buy her own shop and no longer depend on others. After leaving the shop, Ni Yang went to the vegetable market and bought more than 30 fish and a rooster. Why a rooster? Because it was cheaper than a hen, costing only 3 yuan. A hen would cost 6 yuan. The rooster was over 4 pounds, plenty for 3 people to eat. Once she returned home and had finished eating, Ni Tsuehua had already prepared the rooster. Yang, how should we cook this chicken tonight? Ni Tsuehua had taken Ni Yang's advice to heart. She was no longer wearing her old, worn-out clothes, but the batwing shirt and bell-bottom pants she had tried out the night before. She had even put on a bra. She looked beautiful and confident. Ni Yang stroked her chin thoughtfully. Let's have roasted chicken tonight. Roasted chicken, with its golden crust and juicy meat, neither too dry nor too greasy. Just the thought of it made one's mouth water. Roasted chicken. This was the first time Ni Tsuehua had heard of it. She only knew 2 ways to cook chicken, either braised in soy sauce or in clear broth. How was chicken roasted? With these thoughts in her mind, Ni Tsuehua couldn't help but voice her doubts. Ni Yang explained with a smile, well, roasted in our bread baking oven. The bread oven was a natural oven that could roast anything. Ni Tsuehua didn't ask any more questions and said, I'll go start the fire now. Ni Yang nodded, I'll start marinating the chicken. The mother and daughter worked in perfect harmony. By the time Ni Yang was done marinating the chicken, the bread oven was preheated. Ni Yang carefully placed the chicken in the oven. Roasting chicken was a lengthy process, and she took this opportunity to attend to other tasks. In the afternoon, a drizzle began to fall. Little Anai Yun was sleeping on her bed. The fish had been filleted, and both the fish soup and sour plum soup were stewing on the stove. Although Anai Yang could have used this opportunity to rest, she was someone who couldn't stand idleness. Seeing Anai Tsuihua beside her, Anai Yang suddenly had a new idea. "Mom, shall I teach you to read?" Chapter 96. The little girl is quite capable. Anai Tsuihua is a bona fide country folk, deeply influenced by the tradition of favoring males over females, and has received no formal education from childhood. As a child, her days were filled with picking pigweed and toiling in the collective farm to earn work points. However, such conditions were not unique to Anai Tsuihua. Many rural women her age were illiterate. Some have even never stepped foot outside their county their entire life. Read the alphabet. Anai Tsuihua was taken aback at first, then bursted out laughing. At my age? Learn to read. Illiteracy was a significant problem and incredibly inconvenient. Every time Anai Tsuihua held out a stack of papers to ask Anai Yang which were important and which could be thrown away, it tugged at Anai Yang's heartstrings. Especially in the advanced information technology era, being illiterate was practically paralyzing. If she was going to relive her life, Anai Yang wanted to change not only herself but also her mother. She was determined to help Anai Tsuihua become a little better than before. "You have to learn," insisted Anai Yang very seriously. "Mom, you're only 36. There's no limit to what your future can hold. Being illiterate is a laughing matter out there." At that, Anai Tsuihua was dumbfounded. Did her future truly hold unlimited possibilities? Back in the countryside, everyone was illiterate, so she didn't feel out of place. But ever since she arrived in Beijing and started interacting with the local villagers, Anai Tsuihua had come to realize her own shortcoming. Like when that disdainful woman, Wang Jinfang, from the village covertly ridiculed her for being an illiterate, she didn't even know what being an illiterate meant. And she had just laughed along with everyone else. It wasn't until much later that she found out illiterate meant not knowing how to read or write, being uneducated. Thinking about this, the smile on Anai Tsuihua's face gradually faded. Looking up at Anai Yang, she asked, Yang, can I still learn now?" With such an outstanding daughter, she as a mother must not hinder her progress. Anai Yang nodded, "Yes, of course. Mom, you're so clever. I'm sure you'll pick it up." Determined to stand strong and no longer be a burden to her daughter, Anai Tsuihua decided to follow Anai Yang's advice and learn the alphabet. Anai Yang took 2 notebooks and a pair of pens out of the house. "Mom, first let's learn to write your name." "All right." Anai Tsuihua nodded in agreement. Anai Yang had a beautiful handwriting. Small regular script, each stroke distinct and forceful, as if printed straight from a textbook. Although Anai Yang had an elegant, passionate yet rough penmanship as well, it wasn't appropriate to show it off as she was teaching Anai Tsuihua how to read and write. "Our Yang has such beautiful handwriting." Although Anai Tsuihua was illiterate, she could tell beautiful from ugly, and her eyes were filled with pride. Anai Yang handed the pen to Anai Tsuihua. "Why don't you give it a try?" Anai Tsuihua nervously accepted the pencil. These hands had tilled the soil, planted the seedlings, done all sorts of strenuous work, but strangely couldn't seem to hold a pen properly today. Anai Yang's writing lines were straight and clear, while hers were a messy, zigzagging scrawl, and to make matters worse, her hands were uncontrollably trembling. Just as Anai Tsuihua was feeling stupid and useless, Anai Yang leaned over, gently held Anai Tsuihua's pen-holding hand and slowly guided her, stroke by stroke. "Mom, it's like this for everyone the first time they learn to write. Don't get disheartened. My first handwriting was even worse than yours. They say teaching elderly people and children literacy is the most challenging." But Anai Tsuihua was neither elderly nor a child, and she was clever to boot, hence Anai Yang believed that she could definitely teach her well. Anai Tsuihua then said, "But Yang, your handwriting is so beautiful now." Anai Yang chuckled, well, don't you see how many years I've practiced? It's your first day, you can't rush these things. It has to be taken slow. With that said, Ni Tsuehua was considerably more at ease. After 10 minutes of hands-on lesson by Ni Yang, Tsuehua was able to write her own name independently. Although her handwriting was not very good, it was already a giant leap forward. Having learned to write her name, Ni Yang then started teaching Ni Tsuehua phonetics, spelling. Ni Yang wrote all 26 alphabets on a piece of paper. Seeing those letters played out, it was as if Ni Tsuehua had opened a long-lost gate of memory. Vague as it was, she could vaguely hear a gentle voice teaching her, "This is pronounced A-O-E." Chapter 97. The little girl is quite capable. 2. Ioni Quiliua opened her mouth and recited following the sound in her memory, A-0-E. What came next? However, Ni Tsuehua couldn't remember no matter how hard she tried. Ni Yang looked at Ni Tsuehua in surprise. "Mom, how did you know these phonetic alphabets?" Ni Tsuehua shook her head. "I don't know, it just feels like I've heard it somewhere." Heard it somewhere? Ni Yang narrowed her eyes subtly. Could this be related to her mother's past? Ni Tsuehua continued, "Maybe I heard it by accident when I was herding cows." Don't the students at school always recite it this way? A-O-E. The elementary school in Dam Village is in the village center where Ni Tsuehua used to herd cows, so this seemed like a plausible explanation. Ni Yang didn't think further and continued teaching Ni Tsuehua phonics. Ni Tsuehua was really smart. In a short while, she grasped the meaning of the 26 phonetic alphabets. She also understood the differences between initials, finals, front nasal sounds, and back nasal sounds. By the end of an afternoon, Ni Tsuehua could already independently spell words using phonetics. Ni Yang laughed saying, "Mom, if you had been schooled, I'm sure you could have been admitted to a prestigious university." Ni Tsuehua was very pleased and asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Ni Yang continued, "otherwise, how could your daughter be so smart?" "All because I inherited your good genes." Genes? Ni Tsuehua asked curiously, "What are genes? Are they different from roosters and hens?" Ni Yang laughed. "Genes, also known as hereditary factors, are all the nucleotide sequences needed to produce a polypeptide chain or functional RNA." Ni Tsuehua was completely lost. In her heart, she exclaimed that it is better to be educated. This was the second time she couldn't understand what someone was saying. Seeing Ni Quihua's confusion, Ni Yang continued, "Let me give you a simple analogy. It's like you sow melon seeds and you get melons, sow beans, and you get beans. This is the power of inheritance, also known as genes." With this explanation, Ni Tsuehua understood. She laughed, "Oh. I understand now, like a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix to a phoenix, and a mouse's offspring can dig holes." Ni Yang nodded with laughter. Right, that's the principle." After saying this, she added, "Mom, you stay here and study phonetics, I'm going to prepare tonight's dinner." Ni Tsuehua immediately stood up, "I'll go with you." Ni Yang smiled, "No need, I can manage by myself." After finishing speaking, Ni Yang turned and walked towards the kitchen. Tonight's main dish is roasted chicken. However, eating roasted chicken alone can cause one to feel satiated, so she can prepare a couple of dishes to balance out the greasiness, and a soup. Ni Yang pulled out the menu. The first dish, stir-fried green pepper with king oyster mushrooms. The Compendium of Materia Medica records king oyster mushrooms as sweet in taste, moderate in character, strengthens the spleen and stomach, nourishes the heart and calms the mind, nourishes the blood and moistens dryness, and has a good effect on hair maintenance. Hence, this dish is prepared to prevent hair loss. After all, hair is the second face of a person. One must take good care of it. Second dish, sour and spicy tender ginger mixed with lettuce. Ginger is rich in protein, sugar, fat, iron, salt, etc., as well as rich gingerol and shogal, hailed as the king of rust removal, and lettuce contains abundant fluorine elements. This combination can effectively whiten teeth. If only the external image is good, but one reveals a mouth of big yellow teeth when they speak, it's not attractive. Toothpaste cannot bring about such whitening effects. In her previous life, Ni Yang wasted quite a bit of money to whiten her teeth. She even resorted to expensive porcelain teeth, but artificial ones can't compare to natural ones. Therefore, in this life, Ni Yang decided to take care of her own teeth. Even if one is born beautiful, they still need to be maintained. If not maintained, soon one will become haggard from kitchen smoke and turn into a yellow-faced woman. The third dish is soup, Adenophora and Polygonatum soup with pork ribs. The Compendium of Materia Medica classifies Polygonatum as a top-grade medicinal material and records, treats all deficiencies, long-term use gets rid of a dark complexion, promotes a good skin tone and moistens skin, lightens the body and slows down aging. Hence, Adenophora and Polygonatum soup with pork ribs has a great effect in whitening and moisturizing the skin. After deciding on what to eat for the night, Ni Yang began to prepare. Having prepared all these dishes, night gradually fell. Ni Tsuihua was collecting clothes in the yard. She was very focused, reciting the 26 phonetic alphabets while collecting clothes and didn't even notice when Ni Yang passed by her. Chapter 98. The little girl is quite capable. _3. Ni Yang walked to the oven, and as soon as she opened the little door of the oven, she was greeted with an alluring aroma of roasted chicken. No franchises such as KFC, McDonald's, or How Did It can compare to the aroma of the chicken roasted in this oven. Ni Yang wasn't initially hungry, but upon catching this aroma, her mouth began to water uncontrollably. It was indeed too fragrant. Soon, the aroma filled the entire yard. The moment Ni Chingue entered the yard, she smelled the aroma and exclaimed, "Yang Yang, what delicious dish are you cooking again?" She felt incredibly lucky to have met Ni Yang on the train. Ni Yang, carrying a dish, walked out of the kitchen and smiled. "Aunt Ni, can you guess?" Ni Chingue took a sniff. "It smells so good, I guess it must be meat." Ni Tsuhua approached from the side. "Sister Chingue, can you guess what meat it is?" Ni Chingue laughed. "It must be pork, right? What else, besides pork, can be made so fragrant? Such aroma is absolutely delightful." "It's chicken," Ni Tsuihua replied. Ni Chingue paused, expressing her surprise. Chicken can be made this fragrant. Ni Chingue had eaten chicken stew and chicken soup before, but she had never even seen chicken made this fragrant before. Ni Tsuihua continued, "Yes, it's chicken, Yang Yang's roasted chicken. Sister Chingue, please wash your hands and prepare to come in for the meal." Roasted chicken. The news clearly brightened Ni Chingue's eyes. She had long heard of roasted chicken, but she had never eaten it. Because some areas in the country are not fully equipped yet, it's not easy to get to eat roasted chicken. However, she heard from others that roasted chicken was indeed delicious. Ni Chingue couldn't resist swallowing her saliva. "All right, I will be right there." She immediately went to the well to wash her hands. When Ni Chingue came to the living room after washing her hands, Ni Yang had already prepared the meal and set the bowls and chopsticks. But the first thing Ni Chingue noticed was not the food, but Ni Tsuihua. In the dark yard just now, she couldn't see clearly. She didn't realize that Ni Tsuihua was dressed so nicely today. "Yang Yang's mom looks very pretty today." Looking at them, Ni Yang's beauty and confidence were clearly inherited from Ni Qihua's superior genes. Ni Tsuihua was a little shy and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "This daughter of mine, Yang Yang, insisted that I dress this way." Ni Chingue laughed. "This dress suits you very well, you should have worn it long time ago." Ni Chingue looked at the shiny roasted chicken on the table with astonishment. Yang Yang, how did you roast this chicken? Ni Yang explained, it was roasted in the oven. Ni Chingue nodded, sighing, Yang Yang, you're truly amazing. Even if I had an oven, I wouldn't be able to roast this. Aunt and I, you are just being modest. Anyone could learn it as long as they are willing to spend their heart on it. Ni Yang tore off 2 chicken legs and put them into Ni Quihua's and Ni Chengui's bowls respectively. Mom, Aunt and I, let's start eating. A chicken only has 2 legs, which are among the most precious parts of the chicken's body. Both Ni Chingue and Ni Tsuihua refused the chicken legs Ni Yang passed to them. Ni Yang had been busy all day and had worked hard all day. Therefore, the one who should enjoy the chicken legs should have been Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled and tore off a piece of chicken wing. Aunt and I, Mom, you guys eat. I'm fine with a chicken wing. Seeing Ni Yang being so sensible, Ni Quihua's eyes were full of comfort and relief. Ni Chingue was also full of feelings in her heart. Ni Yang was indeed a good girl. She was really envious of Ni Tsuihua. The roasted chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With every bite, the rich, savory chicken juice exploded in the mouth. The delicate, succulent meat got more flavorful with every bite. Coupled with the 2 side dishes stir-fried by Ni Yang, it wasn't greasy at all. They tasted delicious and satisfied their cravings. Both Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingue were tasting such delicious roasted chicken for the first time. They wished they could swallow their tongues too. Yang Yang, this is simply delicious. Ni Chingue was so emotionally moved that she almost cried. Ni Tsuihua also nodded continuously, very, very delicious. Seeing the roasted chicken she made was so popular, Ni Yang's heart was full of pride. Life was becoming more and more exciting. It was really great. After the meal, Ni Chingue took 10 yuan out of her pocket and gave it to Ni Tsuehua, Yang Yang's mom. This is for this month's food expenses. Ni Tsuehua took out 5 yuan from the house and handed it to Ni Chingue. However, Ni Chingue refused to accept this 5 yuan. Yang Yang's mom, the dishes Yang Yang cooks are so delicious, even 10 yuan seems less to me. Please keep it. There's no need to be polite with me. Chapter 99. The little girl is quite capable. _4. Ni Chingue wasn't exaggerating. Considering Ni Yang's culinary skills, she felt that even 20 yuan would be worth it, let alone 10 yuan. However, Ni Tsuihua insisted on giving back the 5 yuan to Ni Chingue. Sister Chingue, integrity is crucial. We agreed on 5 yuan. I can't take an extra 5 more from you. If you refuse to take back your money, I won't let you join us for meals at our house tomorrow. Despite never having received an education, Ni Tsuihua understood principles and valued promises. She knew it was wrong to take advantage of others. Though indeed, Ni Yang's cooking was delicious, it didn't cost much. Furthermore, their relationship with Ni Chingue was excellent, just like family, and they didn't fret over that 5 yuan. Seeing Ni Tsuihua like this, Ni Chingue had no choice but to take back the 5 yuan. Her admiration for Ni Tsuihua increased even more. At this moment, Ni Yang was bustling around in the kitchen. She was preparing the food she would bring to Grandma Mo tomorrow morning. The elderly woman's appetite wasn't great, and she would feel tired of eating the same thing all the time, so Ni Yang had specially compiled a menu. She planned different meals for Monday, Tuesday, striving to avoid repetitions. Tomorrow was Tuesday, and on the menu was 1. Toast. 2. Jujube longan porridge. The Defy herbal book states, longan nourishes the spleen and stomach, enriches blood and the heart, moistens the 5 viscera, and treats palpitations. Elderly people tend to have deficiency in both energy and blood. This porridge not only stimulates the appetite, but also replenishes energy and blood, and nourishes the body. 3. Cold mixed sour and spicy ear mushrooms. The record of herbs collected in Lingnan says, ear mushrooms are used to treat dysentery caused by damp heat. The Fujian folk herbal medicine records, ear mushrooms relieve heat, smooth intestines, cure abscesses, detoxify, and treat appendicitis. Therefore, for elderly people, these mushrooms are an exceptional dish, especially for those suffering from rheumatic diseases. Rheumatism happens to be a common illness among the elderly. Ni Yang was not only ensuring she ate well, but also ensuring Grandma Mo was well fed. If she had accepted Li Gongcheng's money, she must serve with all her heart and effort. After settling the menu, Ni Yang started kneading the dough for fermentation and left it until the next morning to bake. After finishing work in the kitchen, Ni Yang finally took a bath. After her bath, she delivered all the money she made today to Ni Tsuehua. Today, she sold more than 600 portions of noodles and 300 cups of sour plum soup, earning a total of 210 yuan. These days, Ni Yang was making more money each day, and Ni Tsuehua had gradually gotten used to it. Mom, Ni Yang asked while drying her hair, how much money have we made in total? She had been selling noodles for almost 2 months, but she didn't know how much more she needed to buy a store. Ni Tsuehua replied, let me go count it. All this time, Ni Tsuehua had only been hiding the money and had never counted it. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. So, before taking out the money, Ni Tsuehua made sure to close the doors and windows and tightly draw the curtains, leaving no gaps. Soon, Ni Tsuehua brought out a small red wooden box from under the bed. As soon as they opened the box, both mother and daughter were stunned. The box was packed full with money. There were 5-cent coins, 10-cent notes, and larger denomination notes. Ni Tsuehua had been too busy to notice when she put the money in that the box was already filled to the brim. That's a lot of money. Ni Yang emptied all the money on the bed, and her eyes sparkled. Ni Tsuehua exclaimed in surprise, I've never seen so much money in my entire life. Thinking that her daughter earned all this money made Ni Tsuehua swell with pride. Her daughter was truly amazing. Mom, let's count how much we have. Okay, Ni Tsuehua nodded her head. Mother and daughter sat down on the bed and began counting money. About 15 minutes later, after counting all the money on the bed, Ni Yang said, I have 4,965 yuan and 3 cents. How much do you have, Mom? Suppressing her surprise, Ni Tsuehua replied, I have 3,035 yuan and 97 cents. How much is that in total? Without hesitation, Ni Yang said, that's 8,001 yuan in total. Ni Tsuehua swallowed hard and said incredulously, 8,000 yuan. Oh my God! How could it be so much money? Ni Tsuehua could never have imagined she would have so much money. 8,000 yuan. This sum was more than what an average person would earn in several years. That's terrifying. In contrast to Ni Kuihua's shock, Ni Yang's face didn't show any particular expression. Earning 8,000 yuan was within her expectations. Chapter 100 The little girl is quite capable. _5. It was precisely because the 80s were full of business opportunities that money came in fast. Ni Yang laughed and said, Mom, don't be surprised. Actually, 8,000 yuan isn't much. The shop I'm interested in is 508 yuan per square meter, and it's a total of 50 square meters, requiring more than 20,000 yuan. The money we have right now isn't even half of that amount. All calculations done, she realized that if she worked hard, she could buy a store by the end of the year. In the future, the price of real estate in Beijing had already risen to astronomical heights, especially for retail spaces. Therefore, Ni Yang decided to buy more shops and houses to hold on to. When she no longer needed to do the noodle business in the future, Ni Tsuehua could just sit at home and collect rent. When she thought of a promising future, Ni Yang couldn't help but smile. Ni Chingue exclaimed in surprise, why are stores so expensive? Ni Yang laughed and said, because the location is not bad, this price is already a bargain. In this era, being a self-employed entrepreneur was not a prestigious job, so many people were reluctant to do business, thus leading to lower prices for real commercial properties. Although Ni Yang thought it was a bargain, others perceived it as expensive. After all, the average wage for workers during this era was around 30 or 40 yuan per month. After Li Xianxian returned from the Mo family, she made a phone call to Dam Village from a public phone booth. Since it took some time to connect the call and to call Li Shu, almost half an hour had passed. When Li Shu picked up the phone, she was so antsy, fearing that her daughter would ask about Ni Yang. As expected, right after saying hello, the second thing Li Xianxian asked was about Ni Yang. Swallowing nervously, Li Shu tried to calm herself down and said, Xianxian, don't worry. Mu Yang, that damned girl, has been picked up by that old bachelor. In this situation, Li Shu could only choose to withhold the truth. If she were to reveal the truth to Li Xianxian would surely blame her for not being able to handle such a simple task. She didn't want her daughter to be disappointed in her for being an incompetent mother. Ni Yang left Dam Village with her incapable mother, two women with a burden, penniless. They may have already starved to death by now. They were no threat to Li Xianxian, who was far away in Beijing. Moreover, Ni Yang was just a country bumpkin. Her daughter Li Xianxian was a university student and the lifesaver of a person of high status, with a promising future ahead of her. Ni Yang was nothing in comparison to Li Xianxian. Thinking like this helped Li Shu feel much reassured. Fearing any oversights, Li Xianxian asked, by the way, Mom, is Mu Yang's mother surnamed Ni? Li Xianxian remembered that the reason why Ni Yang was called Ni Yang was because, like herself, she took her mother's surname. In fact, Li Xianxian and Ni Yang came from similar family backgrounds. Fortunately, she got out of that cage early on. Yes, that's right. Mu Yang's mother is called Ni Tsuihua, Li Shu replied. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian felt a lot more assured. It appeared that she was overthinking. Mu Yang was Ni Yang. The little Ni who cooked for Mrs. Mo had nothing to do with Ni Yang. Li Xianxian continued, Mom, be sure to keep an eye on Mu Yang. Don't let her have any chance to escape or rebound. Saying this, a malicious glint flashed in Li Xianxian's eyes. Li Shu originally wanted to ask Li Xianxian why she was so wary of Ni Yang, but fearing that her daughter would detect something, she held back her question. Xianxian, rest assured, I will not let her escape. Li Shu's legs were trembling as she said this. Thankfully, she didn't tell Li Xianxian the truth just now. Otherwise, who knows how angry Li Xianxian would be. Li Xianxian continued, right, I sent you some money a few days ago. You should receive it in a few days. Don't forget to collect it at the post office. Alright, Xianxian. I got it. Li Shu replied, take good care of yourself out there. Don't let me worry about you. Li Xianxian casually replied a few sentences before hanging up. At the same time, the rock hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. Li Shu, having hung up the phone on her end, also breathed a sigh of relief. No, she needed to go back and pray to the Bodhisattva, hoping that the Bodhisattva would bless that little wretch, Ni Yang, to die early. Otherwise, she would always feel restless. Chapter 101 The little girl is quite capable. _6. Mo family. While tidying up the living room, Mrs. Mo suddenly discovered a glass bottle in the bag that Li Gongqing had sent over in the morning. The bottle held a deep purple-red liquid that looked very appealing. So, Mrs. Mo placed a call to Li Gongqing to inquire. Upon hearing his explanation, Mrs. Mo asked puzzledly, sour plum soup. The kind that you can drink? Li Gongqing responded, yes, exactly. This was made by Boss Xiaoni. It tastes good. You could give it a try, madam. Having full trust in Ni Yang's cooking skills, after hanging up the phone, Mrs. Mo opened the bottle of sour plum soup, poured a cup, took a small sip, and then couldn't help but drink all the soup in the cup in one gulp. It was delicious. Mrs. Mo had never tasted such good sour plum soup before. Just then, Mo Chishan walked in from outside. Mrs. Mo beckoned Mo Chishan, saying, "Old Six, come here, Mom has something good for you." "What is it?" Mo Chishan approached curiously. Mrs. Mo poured the last bit of sour plum soup into the cup and passed it to Mo Chishan. "Try this. I guarantee, you've never had such delicious sour plum soup." Sour plum soup. Sweet? Mo Chishan frowned. In his life, he despised sweet things the most. Just as he was about to turn it down, Mrs. Mo continued, "Go ahead, give it a try. It really tastes good. Wouldn't your mother deceive you?" Dubious, Mo Chishan took over the cup and tentatively took a small sip. The flavor was surprisingly good. It was sour and sweet, delightful to the taste. And it carried with it a hint of osmanthus fragrance. Tasted better than any other beverage he had ever had. Gulp, gulp, Mo Chishan finished the sour plum soup in the cup in one gulp, and even had a lingering taste for it. Mrs. Mo chuckled. "See, didn't I tell you it's delicious?" Mo Chishan nodded. "Indeed, it's pretty good. Mom, where'd you get such a treasure?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo immediately told Mo Chishan about the pickled vegetable noodles and praised Ni Yang from start to finish. Ni. For some reason, whenever he heard this name, Ni Yang's beautiful face appeared in Mo Chishan's mind. The little girl was talented. Having only met her once, she made him feel head over heels. It seemed he had to start dealing with a few things. It shouldn't affect his pursuit of his future wife. "What are you laughing at?" Mrs. Mo asked in curiosity, as she watched Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan replied with a serious face, "I'm happy, Mom. You've got an appetite, everything tastes good, and you're incredibly healthy. Why wouldn't I, as your son, be happy?" "You rascal, only think of amusing your mom." Mrs. Mo patted Mo Chishan's shoulder cheerfully. Then Mo Chishan took out a high-end gift box. "Mom, I also have a gift for you. Open it and see." Mrs. Mo was stunned at first, then opened the box. Inside it was a set of emerald jewelry in excellent condition. The magnificent green shade of the jade was clear and unblemished, reminiscent of a pure jade spring, tranquil and elegant with a vibrant verdant luster, without a trace of flaws, dazzling yet exuding a soft, dignified aura. One can tell at a glance that it was worth a fortune. Mo Chishan asked, "Mom, do you like it?" Satisfied with her son's filial piety, Mrs. Mo burst into laughter. "Like it? Like it? Anything given by her son, even if it's a useless piece of stone, she would also love it." She promptly had the maid store away the set of jewelry, then took out 2 cards from her pocket and handed them to Mo Chishan. "You rascal, keep these cards." Deep down Mrs. Mo was aware of the value of that jade jewelry set. Probably, this rascal spent all his money just to cheer her up. What a rascal. At least he's filial. It was worthwhile doting on him so much. Mo Chishan declined. "I am so grown up now, do I still need money from you?" "I do have money. You don't have to worry about me." Chapter 102 Mr. Mogg, his new attracting move. _1 Rich. This was already the umpteenth time that Mo Chishan had told Mrs. Mo that he was rich, but Mrs. Mo never actually took his words to heart. After all, Mo Chishan had dropped out of school in his 2nd year of high school, even disappearing for a while, and never continued his education afterwards. He didn't even complete high school, let alone university. So, at most, you could say Mo Chishan had a junior high school education. Nowadays, factories were only hiring those with at least a high school diploma. Moreover, Mo Chishan wasn't holding any positions in any of the Mo family's businesses either. So, how could a man with so much free time have any money? Don't put on a brave face in front of your mother, put your money away. Mrs. Mo gently patted Mo Chishan's hand, and said meaningfully, "My dear sixth child, I never expected you would make a big success in this life. As long as you are safe and sound, that's all that matters. Our family has lots of money, all of which I am saving for you, so you don't have to worry about the future. All mother wants now is for you to bring back that girl from the Zhao family and give her a big, chubby grandson." Mo Chishan helplessly rubbed his nose and laughed. "Zhao Jingrong is a talented student from France. Do you think I'm good enough for her? Don't be absurd." Mrs. Mo scolded. "The Zhao family is very reliable and generous, and Jingrong is indeed a rare good girl. You two have been betrothed in advance, and they definitely won't renege on their promise." Mrs. Mo and Mo Fuhai were on the same page. They both placed their utmost trust in the Zhao family. Generous. The people of the Zhao family really were generous indeed. Mo Chishan chuckled and remained silent. After going upstairs, Mo Chishan made a phone call. Mo Chishan held the phone, and unlike his usual casual demeanor, he appeared composed and somber. If others were to see him now, they would surely be taken aback. When did a usually unproductive and idle person start to emanate such a powerful aura? "Hello, it's time to leak the news to the Zhao family." After uttering this sentence, Mo Chishan hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chishan reverted back to his usual self, as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. The next day, seeing she had to prepare breakfast for Mrs. Mo, Ni Yang got up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Unexpectedly, Ni Tsuehua had woken up even earlier. At this time, not only had Ni Tsuehua already stoked the oven for the bread, but she had also tidied up all the stuff that Ni Yang needed for her stall. With Ni Kuihua's help, Ni Yang's work was completed much faster. She first kneaded the fermented dough into the shape of bread and placed it into the oven to bake. Then she began to stir-fry. All the ingredients were prepared the night before, so all she needed to do was wash them and she was ready to cook. While Ni Yang was stir-frying, Ni Tsuehua sat by the stove and kept the fire going. In no time, the small kitchen was filled with the fragrant smell of the dishes. When the dishes were done, the bread was also almost ready. Ni Yang made a dozen or so loaves of bread. She took 2 with her to give to Mrs. Mo, ate 1 herself, and left the remaining 7 for Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingue. There's nothing like sipping porridge, munching on bread, and enjoying some tangy radish slices for breakfast. After breakfast and after preparing everything, Ni Yang set off for the morning market. At 5:30, Ni Yang arrived at the morning market on time. Although she arrived earlier than usual that day, there were already quite a few customers waiting for her. "Little boss, you're finally here. Do you have sour plum soup this morning?" Ni Yang smiled and replied, "Yes, I've prepared 500 servings for this morning." With everyone's help, it didn't take long for the stove and tables and chairs to be set up. Li Gongqing arrived a bit later than usual that morning, so by the time it was his turn, he handed his thermos to Ni Yang, excitedly saying, "Xiaoni, our old lady really loves the breakfast you make. From now on, could you please make her breakfast every day? The one who pays is the boss, and you do what the boss said." Ni Yang took the thermos and, smiling, said, "No problem, it's my duty." "Does the old lady want the usual breakfast this morning?" Li Gongqing nodded, "Yes, and also a cup of sour plum soup." Although had sour plum soup before, those soups didn't taste even 1/3 as good as the one made by Ni Yang. After a sip, Li Gongqing fell in love with that taste. It was simply amazing. When Li Gongqing arrived at the Mo family after eating his noodles, it was exactly 7 o'clock. At this time, Mrs. Mo had been waiting impatiently in the living room. Mrs. Mo. Chapter 103 Mr. Mogg, his new attracting move. _2. Xiaoli. Seeing Li Gongqing, old lady Mo excitedly stood up. Li Gongqing handed the bag to old lady Mo. Old lady, this is your breakfast for this morning. Good good good. Old lady Mo immediately opened the bag, a bit disappointed. How come there's no sour plum soup this morning? Li Gongqing explained. Boss Xiaoni said that elderly people shouldn't eat too much sweet stuff, so she didn't prepare sour plum soup for you. Oh. Old lady Mo nodded. This boss Xiaoni does know quite a lot. Strangely, old lady Mo felt a warmth in her heart. It was fine that there was no sour plum soup. After all, boss Xiaoni's cooking skills were top-notch. Old lady Mo now was surely Ni Yang's #1 fan. Li Gongqing continued, old lady, you eat first, you'll be going now. Yep, go ahead with your work. As soon as Li Gongqing left, old lady Mo opened the thermos box. The thermos box and yesterday's are in pairs. In total, there were 3 layers. The first layer was jujube longan porridge. The second layer was sour and spicy ear mushrooms. The third layer contained 2 items wrapped in oil paper. It was unclear what they were. Old lady Mo was curious. As she unwrapped the oil paper layer by layer, a fragrant sweet milky aroma immediately hit her face. What met her eyes was a golden, glistening bread. The crust was crispy and the inside fluffy and delicate. As she gently broke it apart, steam could be seen emanating from inside. It smelled delicious. Old lady Mo took a deep breath. This Xiaoni really did surprise her every morning. Old lady Mo had eaten buns and steamed buns, as well as bread bought from outside, but this was the first time she had eaten such tasty bread. The taste, it was simply amazing. Why was she so fond of Xiaoni? Unconsciously, old lady Mo developed a fondness for this Xiaoni whom she had never met before. Not long after, Mo Baichuan came down from upstairs. He actively greeted old lady Mo. Good morning, Grandma. Chuan, come here, join your grandma for breakfast. Old lady Mo waved at him. Mo Baichuan did as she said and walked over. Old lady Mo handed the remaining bread to Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan refused lightly. I don't have an appetite in the morning, Grandma. I'm just going to watch you eat. No appetite. Old lady Mo laughed. Chuan, I guarantee after you eat something Xiaoni made, you will immediately get your appetite back. Xiaoni. Ni Yang. This was made by Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan subtly squinted his eyes. Ni Yang, you really have overreached yourself. Despite being indifferent to him, she managed to make his family so happy behind the scenes. Wasn't this a classic case of playing hard to get? Old lady Mo continued, Chuan, why don't you take a bite? I was just like you before, didn't have much of an appetite. But ever since I started eating food prepared by Xiaoni, it got much better. Who wants to eat something made by a woman with ulterior motives? Mo Baichuan hid all his displeasure at the bottom of his eyes, then said, Grandma, I really can't eat. Oh right, I have something else to do, I have to go now. Before old lady Mo could react, Mo Baichuan's figure had already disappeared outside the door. This damned kid. Old lady Mo sighed helplessly. The Zhao family had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter, Zhao Jingrong, had been spoiled from a young age. Zhao Jingrong was 3 years younger than Mo Qishan, 24 this year. 24-year-old Zhao Jingrong had an excellent reputation in Beijing circles of wealth. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also a talented student who studied abroad in France. If it wasn't for her engagement with Mo Qishan, her doorstep would probably have been worn out by suitors. Early in the morning, everyone in the Zhao family was gathered in the living room, the atmosphere a bit heavy. Zhao Baoxing looked up at his beloved daughter, Jingrong. I heard that the youngest Imo lad has returned. What's your opinion on this matter? Zhao Jingrong carelessly replied while blowing on her freshly painted nails. He's back. What does it have to do with me? Zhao Baoxing continued, Jingrong, have you forgotten, you are still engaged to him. Zhao Jingrong chuckled lightly, engagement. Whoever agreed to this engagement can go ahead and marry. How dare that useless Imo Qixin dream of marrying her, a swan, just because he's a toad. In his dreams. Zhao Baoxing was left speechless by his precious daughter. This engagement, after all, had been arranged by them, the parents. The Mrs. Zhao on the side leisurely interjected, the engagement back then was just verbal, it doesn't really count for anything, right? Chapter 104 Mr. Mogg, his new attracting move. _3. Zhao Baoxing lamented, but we have accepted the token from the Mo family. In the beginning, Mo Qixin was arguably an once-in-millennium genius. At the age of 3, Mo Qixin could recite all Tang and Song dynasty poetry. At 4, he could mentally calculate any addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division problem. At 5, he could discuss 5,000 years of Chinese history, even in more detail than historical records. At 6, he started first grade, and at 7 he skipped to third grade. The Zhao family would not have arranged a marriage with the Mo family so early on if it weren't for this. The Zhao family was certain that Imo Qixin's future was beyond measure. Who could have expected that they had overestimated him, making the wrong gamble? They all had high hopes for Imo Qixin, but to their surprise, Imo Qixin lost his genius, becoming gradually a mere ordinary person. He even became less than an ordinary person. At the very least, an ordinary person knows to work and earn a living to support the family, whereas Mo Qixin was capable of nothing but idleness. Madame Zhao was dismissive, so what if we accepted a token? We can just return it. This isn't a big deal. Zhao Baoxing sighed, but one should not be so fickle in life. Besides, we have decades of friendship with the Mo family. How can we maintain this relationship if we break off the engagement? Madame Zhao cried out, not break off the engagement. So are you suggesting that our Jingrong be married to that good-for-nothing? Is friendship more important than our precious daughter? Mom is right. I'd be the first to object if we marry our sister to Mo Qixin. Zhao Zijuan, the oldest son of the Zhao family, clearly expressed his opinion. Zhao Zi, the second son, echoed, I also object to marrying our sister to Mo Qixin. That good-for-nothing Mo Qixin is absolutely unworthy of their precious sister. Their sister deserved the world's best man. Jingrong, Zhao Baoxing looked up at Zhao Jingrong, what do you think? This decision ultimately depends on his precious daughter. Zhao Jingrong smiled and said, Dad, you're really muddle-headed. With that incompetent Mo Qixin, how could he possibly deserve me? I, Zhao Jingrong, would rather never marry than marry someone like Mo Qixin. I would rather marry a man like Mr. Mogg. Mr. Mogg is a legendary figure in high society. Everything about him is a mystery, his age, identity, even nationality. Even Zhao Jingrong had only seen Mr. Mogg's silhouette in the international news section. People in their circle could not help but feel admiration when they mentioned Mr. Mogg. Zhao Baoxing continued, but you've never even seen Mr. Mogg's face, how do you know he's your type? Zhao Jingrong answered with a light smile, Dad, do you think him the type of person who is superficial enough to judge someone only by their appearance? Appearance? Could a good appearance bring you gold or silver? Zhao Jingrong knew exactly what she wanted. She desired not just an exceptional lifestyle, but also ultimate glory. Could that incompetent Mo Qixin provide her with such glory? Madame Zhao nodded, Jingrong, your mom supports you. You're so outstanding. You could not only win over one Mr. Mogg, but even 10 of them. Jingrong's two brothers agreed, their confidence in their sister completely unwavering. Zhao Baoxing said, what if Mr. Mogg turns out to be a much older man? After all, the glory Mr. Mogg had acquired was not something a young man could easily handle. This man might even be older than him. Zhao Jingrong gave a faint smile. That would still be better than that good-for-nothing Immortality. Zhao Baoxing sighed. All right, Jingrong, Dad understands your point. I will find a time to discuss this matter with the Mo family. Zhao Jingrong gently put her nail polish on the coffee table. Dad, you don't have to find a time, we should cut the knot quickly. Let's do it tomorrow, I will go with you. Also, Zhao Jingrong added, Dad, breaking off the engagement is not a matter of negotiation, it is a necessity. Zhao Jingrong felt disgustingly nauseous just thinking about still being engaged to that good-for-nothing Immortality, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Little sister, we will accompany you. Zhao Jingrong's two older brothers said. Madame Zhao added, I'll go with you too. Just in case the Mo family refuses to break off the engagement, we have strength in numbers. When the old lady from the Mo family found out that the Zhao family was coming the next day, she was so thrilled she could hardly close her mouth. She immediately ordered the servants to clean the entire house, inside and out, to show respect to the Zhao family. Chapter 105 Mr. Mogg, his new attracting move. _4. Both sides' children had grown up now, and the Zhao family's visit at this time undoubtedly meant that they were prepared to discuss the wedding date of Immortality and Zhao Jingrong. The thought of being able to hold her plump grandson in the not-so-distant future made the old Mrs. Mo sprightly, and she quickly went upstairs to share this good news with Immortality. Upon hearing the news, Immortality forced a smile. All right, Mom, I got it. Old Mrs. Mo continued, Old Six, remember to be on your best behavior in front of Jingrong tomorrow. Immortality nodded, you can count on me, Mother. I won't let you down. Old Mrs. Mo added, and remember to tidy yourself up tomorrow. Don't be so frivolous. Immortality nodded again, a trace of sarcasm hidden in the depths of his eyes. On Yurtist Road, around 11 in the morning, Yang had sold out her 600 servings of noodles and 500 cups of sour plum soup. She made a total of 220 yuan today, taking her a step closer to her goal of buying a shop. Yang smiled as she began packing up her stall. As she lowered her gaze to tidy up the bowls and utensils, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over her. At the same time, an oppressive aura filled the air around her, making it hard to breathe, and creating a somewhat claustrophobic atmosphere. Yang instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting a pair of deep, icy black eyes. Their eyes locked, and the fluctuating emotions within his gaze were as deep and cold as an abyss, piercingly insightful as if they were going to see right through her. It was him, Mo Baichuan. That narcissistic piece of trash. Yang had no good impression of such arrogant and conceited people. However, she had shoved him into a puddle of water the last time they met. He couldn't be seeking revenge this time, could he? At this thought, Yang's eyes darkened. Cook me a bowl of noodles. After a moment, Mo Baichuan spoke and then sat down on a stool. Yang shook off her surprise and replied softly, I'm sorry, sir, I've already packed up. Mo Baichuan had been struggling to control himself ever since he saw Yang preparing food for old Mrs. Mo at the Mo family residence. Why was he struggling to control himself? Because he was suddenly desperate to see beyond Yang's beautiful exterior. Yang had been doing so many things from the start until now, with the sole purpose of getting close to him, right? Fine then. He would give her an opportunity. He was curious to see what other schemes Yang had up her sleeve. Mo Baichuan squinted imperceptibly. Seeing that he remained silent, Yang spoke up again, Excuse me, sir, I've already packed up. If you want to eat noodles, you can come by tomorrow. I told you, my surname is Mo. Mo Baichuan suddenly looked at Yang. Mo, like in May the Right Prevail. Oh. Yang's face didn't betray any emotions as she replied, Mr. Mo, I've packed up already. Please go back. Upon hearing this, Mo Baichuan frowned in displeasure. If he remembered correctly, this was the third time in just a few minutes that Ni Yang had rejected him. Usually, he was the one avoiding women, yet to his surprise, he was being shunned by a woman today. Always running hot and cold. Was this some kind of a joke? I said, cook me a bowl of noodles. Mo Baichuan was determined. But I have packed up already. Ni Yang repeated calmly, showing no fear whatsoever towards Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan raised his head to look at Ni Yang, coldly saying, Ni Yang, do you find this amusing? Hearing this, Ni Yang suddenly remembered something. Did you lose a watch about a month ago? Ni Yang wasn't the type of person to take advantage of others' misfortune. The unpleasantness of their previous encounters had made her forget about the watch. Upon hearing this, Mo Baichuan's eyes filled with contempt. Was Ni Yang trying to curry favor with him? Hadn't she just resolutely refused him? Couldn't she hide her true intentions for a tad longer? Moreover, hadn't she stolen his watch? And now she was saying that he had lost it. How shameless could she be? Mo Baichuan nodded slightly. Yes, I lost a watch. What brand was your watch? Ni Yang asked. That watch was quite valuable, so it was necessary to confirm the details. Patek Philippe. Mo Baichuan calmly pronounced, not seeming at all perturbed about the valuable watch. Ni Yang nodded slightly, then said, I don't have your watch on me today. Can you come back to pick it up tomorrow? I set up my stall here every day. Chapter 106 Mr. Mogg, his new attracting move. _5. Get it tomorrow. Is she creating an excuse for meeting again? Yes. It must be the case. So, this is all the cunning that Ni Yang has. Mo Baichuan thought to himself. Mo Baichuan continued, why wait for another day when it can be done today? My watch, it's very valuable. Very valuable. As if suggesting that she has some kind of ulterior motive. Ni Yang frowned slightly and lightly said, but I don't have it with me today. I'll definitely bring it tomorrow, you can come and get it tomorrow. She couldn't always carry such a valuable item with her. What if she loses it? Where did you put it? Mo Baichuan slowly lifted his gaze. It's at home. Ni Yang replied. Let's go. Mo Baichuan stood up from the bench. Go. Go where? Ni Yang frowned, where to? To your home. Mo Baichuan said with an indifferent tone, and then added 3 more words, to get the watch. Go to her home. Ni Yang frowned slightly. The social climate wasn't that open yet. What would it mean if she brought back a man to her house for no reason? Seeing her reaction, Mo Baichuan continued, you don't want to return it to me. Are you serious about going? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Mo Baichuan maintained a calm expression, of course, I am. Okay. Ni Yang nodded, since you insist on going, then wait for me. I need to clean up here before I can go home. Mo Baichuan nodded slightly, concise in words. With Mr. Mo Baichuan standing there, the air around him seemed inexplicably colder. Consequently, the number of passers-by turning their heads back increased. Ni Yang distinctly remembered that the Missy in bell-bottoms and sunglasses had passed by here more than 5 times. After tidying up, Ni Yang began moving the tables and chairs into Li Dongliang's shop. The shop wasn't far from here. From Mo Baichuan's perspective, he could clearly see the young man in white standing at the door, laughing and talking with Ni Yang. It seemed like he even handed something to Ni Yang. Most importantly, Ni Yang actually accepted it. Seeing this, Mo Baichuan's face darkened involuntarily. A girl from a good family, chatting so happily with a man under the bright daylight. And wasn't Ni Yang playing hard to get with him just now? Why did she turn around and flirt with someone else so quickly? Seeing this, Mo Baichuan became even more restless and strode towards Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan had a tall and straight figure, and came from a distinguished background, so he emanated an imposing aura that was hard to ignore. This strong aura quietened Li Wei, who was in the midst of a conversation. He instantly stopped talking, looked behind Ni Yang, and whispered, "Who is he?" Last time it was Song Beiqing, now it's Mo Baichuan. Li Wei felt the men appearing next to Ni Yang were not simple characters. Who? Ni Yang turned around with a curious look. As she turned around, she saw Mo Baichuan with an imposing look. A customer who came for noodles. Ni Yang turned her gaze slightly and said casually. A customer who came for noodles. Mo Baichuan's expression remained the same, but his dark eyes slightly lifted, deep and inscrutable. He disliked the term customer somewhat. He turned his eyes to Ni Yang and asked in a slightly cold tone, "When should we go?" "We." Catching on to the word, Li Wei looked at Ni Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed that Ni Yang had a more than normal relationship with this man. If not, he wouldn't use the word we. For a moment, Li Wei felt a hint of unspoken bitterness in his heart. Ni Yang, with her head bowed, said, "Wait a little longer." However, Ni Yang didn't intend to bring Mo Baichuan back home. After packing up everything, she said, "Wait here, I will quickly return the wristwatch." Having said that, she hopped onto her bicycle and quickly rode away. Mo Baichuan was left standing there, a little slow to react. Why did Ni Yang just leave? Wasn't she supposed to use this chance to bring him to her home and get him acquainted? What was Ni Yang trying to do? Was she trying to entice him with a new strategy? Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes. A new strategy, eh? He wouldn't let her succeed. Ni Yang had good physical stamina, so her bicycling speed was extremely fast. Less than an hour had passed when she returned. However, when she arrived, Mo Baichuan was nowhere to be found. She is crazy. Ni Yang couldn't resist muttering under her breath. Even though they both were part of the Mo family, his actions were far from those of Mo Qixin. Ni Yang was so angry she felt like kicking Mo Baichuan to death. What a piece of junk. Ni Yang took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself down, tucked the wristwatch back in her pocket, and headed for the nearest Xinhua bookstore to pick out some books. Ni Yang selected beginner-level books, annotated storybooks with pinyin, and a few books with models for calligraphy. These books would be of great help to Ni Tsuehua, who was just learning to read. The total cost of 5 books amounted to 6 yuan. Although quite expensive, Ni Yang didn't regret it as knowledge is priceless. After Ni Yang returned home, she gave these books to Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua said affectionately, Yang, these must have cost a lot, right?" Knowing Ni Tsuehua would be worried about the money, Ni Yang laughed and said, "It's not much, just a few cents." "Really?" Ni Tsuehua asked, suspicious. "Of course, it's true." Ni Yang nodded hurriedly. "You think about it, our delicious noodles only cost 3 cents per bowl, how much can a few books be worth?" Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua was relieved. She was always afraid that Ni Yang would waste money on her. After all, Ni Yang's money was meant to be used to buy shops and make a big deal. "Sister Ni Yang." At that moment, the voice of Yang Guobao rang out from outside the courtyard. "Guobao, come in," Ni Yang called back. Yang Guobao walked in carefully with a basket in his hands. "Sister Ni Yang, my grandma and mother asked me to give this to you." Ni Yang looked down and saw the basket was full of brown eggs. Each egg looked almost the same size. Piled together, they looked exceptionally pleasing. Because meat was expensive, eggs were considered quite valuable at this time, with each one costing 1 cent. And to have such a full basket of eggs, probably took a long time to accumulate. Ni Yang said, I can't accept this, you should take it back. No. Yang Guobao replied, my mom and grandma said you had to accept these eggs today, otherwise, they wouldn't let me go home. Yang gave a gentle pat on Yang Guobao's head. Guobao, be obedient, I appreciate the intention, but I really can't accept this, take it back. Anyway, I've already brought the eggs here. Sister, you have to take them. Having said that, Yang Guobao quickly ran away. Zuhua smiled and said, Guobao's behavior has been improving a lot lately. Yang, since this is a sincere offering from Mei Feng and Wang, let's accept it. Didn't you bake some fruit and bread yesterday? When returning the basket later, bring some as a return gift. Yang nodded, all right, I'll go and empty the basket now. Yang went inside, emptied the basket, lined it with a piece of paper, and placed in 4 pieces of bread, dried apples, and bananas. Remembering that Aunt Wang had 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, Yang added a good handful of candies and finally covered the basket with a piece of cloth with blue floral patterns. People were coming and going in the village, it wouldn't be good to not give anything if they encountered an acquaintance. But, if they gave something and there were many people, there might not be enough, which could offend someone, so just covering the stuff was the safest solution. Chapter 107 Termination of Engagement. When Yang arrived at Aunt Wang's house, Yang Guobao was playing in the mud by the door with his cousins, Wang Yuanji and Wang Xiaoqin. Aunt Wang was chatting with Wang Meifeng at the entrance. Seeing Yang coming, Wang Meifeng and Aunt Wang immediately greeted her with a smile. Yang is here. Auntie Wang, I've come to return the basket. Aunt Wang smiled and said, just for returning a basket, you didn't have to bring it yourself. She then told Wang Meifeng, quickly make some tea for Yang. Aunt Wang's family now treat Yang as if she were an honored guest. Yang Guobao used to get sick several times a week before, but now, almost a month had gone by without incident. If he could keep up the medication for another month, Yang Guobao would be completely cured. All this was thanks to Yang. Without her, Yang Guobao would not be the way he is now. Wang Meifeng had more than once expressed her gratitude for not giving in to pressure back then and not listening to the imperial doctor, Dr. Wang's words. If she had shown even a little hesitation then, she would have perfectly missed the chance of Yang Guobao's recovery. Luckily, Wang Meifeng turned and went inside to make tea for Yang. Yang smiled and said, Auntie Wang, you don't need to bother, I'm not thirsty, I just came to return the basket. It's okay if you're not thirsty, let's go inside and chat. Aunt Wang led Yang into the house. Yang couldn't refuse Aunt Wang's kindness and had no choice but to carry the basket and go with her into the house. Yang, sit, I'll get you something good. Aunt Wang pressed Yang down into a chair and then went into the inner room. At this point, Wang Meifeng also finished brewing the tea. Yang, have some tea. Yang stood up immediately and accepted the teacup with both hands. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Wang Meifeng giggled, why are you being so formal? Sit down. After a while, Aunt Wang came out of the room with 3 honey tangerines and stuffed them into Yang's hands. Yang, these are honey tangerines your uncle brought back from the city a few days ago. Try them and see if they're sweet. The season for honey tangerines was not yet here. Off-season fruits were particularly expensive. Yang had asked specifically when she was buying fruits before, and even a small honey tangerine sold for 50 cents a piece. 3 honey tangerines can be traded for almost half a kilo of pork. If it was anyone else, Aunt Wang would not have been able to bring out 3 at once. After all, when her own grandchildren ate them, they divided them up 1 segment at a time. But this was Yang. As long as Yang liked it, Aunt Wang would not be stingy, not even for 10. Seeing Aunt Wang's hopeful look, Yang peeled a tangerine and sampled a segment. It's very sweet. Thank you, Auntie. Hearing this, Aunt Wang broke into a happy smile. Stop being so formal with me. If you like them, I can get you more. Yang immediately stopped Aunt Wang's hand. Auntie, no need to. I just wanted to try one. If you carry on like this, I won't dare to visit next time. Only then did Aunt Wang stop. After some casual chatting for a while, Yang began to say goodbye. Aunt Wang and Wang Meifeng walked Yang to the door. Yang smiled and said, Auntie Wang, no need to see me out, you should go back inside. Sister Yang, I'll walk you home. Yang Guobao hopped to Yang's side. Sister Yang, I'm your flower guardian. Yang patted Yang Guobao's little head. Thank you then, little envoy Guobao. Yang Guobao bashfully ran ahead. Sister Yang, I'll lead the way. Aunt Wang and Wang Meifeng didn't go back until Yang and Yang Guobao disappeared in front of the bamboo forest. Just then, the excited voices of Wang Yuanji and Wang Xiaoqin could be heard from inside the house. Grandma, Auntie. Are these the delicious treats that Sister Yang just brought? The mother and daughter only found out when they went inside that the basket Yang had just brought wasn't empty, it was filled to the brim with delicious treats. Seeing all the good food, the two children jumped for joy. Aunt Wang picked up a piece of dried fruit, curiously asking, What's this? Wang Meifeng shook her head. Wang Xiaoqin said, It's dried fruit, baked by Sister Yang in the bread oven. Grandma, you have to taste it, it's really good. Wang Yuanji added, Yes, it's dried fruit. Aunt Wang asked out of curiosity, Yuanji, Xiaoqin, how do you know this is dried fruit? Chapter 108 Termination of Engagement. Wang Yuanji said, Because we have eaten at Sister Yang's house plenty of times. Last time, Sister Yang even hosted a party for us. Yang was not only beautiful but also friendly. After hosting the last party, she held several more at her home. As a result, all the children in the village loved her. Old Lady Wang tasted the dried fruit. They were crispy, and not only did they have the sweetness of fruit, but also the texture of a dessert. The taste was incredible. Old Lady Wang exclaimed, Yang is such a sensible little girl. Meifeng, after Guobao is fully recovered, you must bring your mother-in-law, as well as Changjing, to come and properly thank Yang. Compared to other girls Yang's age who knew little about the world, like Wang Xiuhong who relied on her beauty to the point of arrogance, Yang not only understood worldly wisdom and knew how to do business, but also had excellent medical skills. Most importantly, she didn't let it get to her head. She remained grounded, humble and polite, without any hint that she thought herself better than others. Wang Meifeng nodded, Mom, rest assured, one understand. Old Lady Wang smiled and said, As long as you understand, that's good. Family. Tsuihua was busy in the kitchen slicing fish and stewing fish bone soup. She was efficient and quickly finished all her tasks. Afterwards, she moved a small stool next to Yun's cradle, watching the child while reading. Tsuihua was a smart woman who had learned to read from phonetics. The feeling of being able to recognize words was something she had never experienced before. Yang, on the other hand, was watering the vegetables in the garden. 2 months had passed, and under Kuihua's diligent efforts, the once barren vegetable garden had turned lush green. It was now growing bok choy, long beans, loofah, soybeans, potatoes, cilantro, scallions, etc., and they were growing very well. The herbs and aloe vera Yang had brought back from the mountain had grown particularly well. Especially the aloe vera that had started to branch out. Those fat and large leaves made Yang want to chew on them right on the spot. After watering, Yang picked a handful of baby greens to feed the rabbits. Because these little rabbits were too mischievous, Tsuehua had built a fence to keep them contained, preventing them from running around and scattering droppings everywhere. Yang tossed the baby greens into the fence, and the little rabbits immediately started crunching on them. After finishing up at home, Yang took a bucket to the river to check the traps. As soon as she arrived at the river, she met a tall, slender figure with handsome features hidden in the light. Yang. Seeing who it was, Yang was momentarily stunned, then said, "Big brother Mo. Yang, you've come to check the traps again today." Chishan naturally took the bucket from Yang's hands, then continued, "It rained last night, and the river has risen. It's not suitable for you to go down, let me do it." Yang turned to look at the river. Indeed, the river had significantly risen. At least 50 to 60 centimeters above where she normally placed her traps. As it was summer and Yang was a girl, getting her top wet would not only look improper but could also cause a stir in the village. It must be said that Kishan's arrival was indeed very timely. And his considerations were very thoughtful. Yang looked up at Chishan, "Then I'll have to trouble you, big brother Mo." Chishan smiled and said, "There is no trouble at all, helping others is a virtue." "Then be careful, big brother Mo." Yang shouted. Hearing her call him big brother Mo was sweeter to Chishan than any honey. How could a little girl's words be so pleasant to hear? He was truly lucky to have met such a treasure of a girl. "Don't worry," Chishan patted his chest, "your big brother Mo is a good swimmer." Having said that, Chishan walked towards the river with the bucket. Because he had helped Yang retrieve her traps once before, Chishan was able to find the exact location accurately today. Chishan was tall and had long legs, so the water only reached a bit above his waist, but for Yang, it would probably reach her chest. Soon, Chishan retrieved the traps and walked back with a bucket full of fish. Today's haul was pretty good. Not only were there crucian carp, but also 3 big grass carps. Chapter 109 Termination of Engagement. Yang reached out for the bucket. "Thanks, brother Mo." No need for formalities, Chishan didn't hand the bucket directly to Yang, but said, "This bucket of fish is quite heavy, let me take it home for you." The fragmented remains of fish, along with shells and other things, weighed at least 15 to 20 kilograms. With him around, how could she, a young girl, be asked to do such heavy labor? Yang smiled and said, "No need, I can handle it. It's all right." Chishan stepped ahead, saying, "I consider it physical exercise." Chishan, tall and striding, soon left Yang behind. Having no choice, Yang quickened her pace to catch up. As she walked with Chishan, they chatted idly. "Brother Mo, is your injury healing?" She was most likely referring to the bite mark she had left on his collarbone last time. Kishan's face inexplicably turned red. "It's fine now." "Have you been to the hospital?" Yang asked further. Chishan replied, "Yes, I have. The doctor said it's nothing serious." Upon hearing this, Yang was relieved. "That's good." Yang initially thought Chishan would accompany her all the way home. Unexpectedly, just before they turned the corner to her house, Chishan stopped, placed the bucket on the ground, and said, Yang, I won't go inside. I'm heading off first." After all, during this time, social conduct between men and women was strictly monitored. He and Yang were not real cousins, and he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble for her. Now it was daytime, unlike during that past night. Yang was surprised at his sensitivity, smiling, "Wait for me here for a moment." Not only was Yang pretty, but her teeth were also especially white when she smiled. Like rows of neatly arranged tiny pearls, they were brilliant and eye-catching. Chishan was mesmerized looking at her. In a short while, Yang returned with a run. But this time, Yang held a bag made of oily paper. She stuffed the oily paper bag into Kishan's hands. "This has some dried fruit that I made. You can try them, brother Mo." Last time it was bread, now it was dried fruit. Was this young girl subconsciously considering him as a servant to serve him snacks? Thank you. Mo-Chishan continued, you should go home, Yang Yang. You don't want anyone to see us and get the wrong idea. Yang nodded and turned towards her home. Mo-Chishan also started walking toward the river, whistling along the way. Upon returning home, Yang began preparations for dinner. What to cook for tonight's meal? Yang pondered, chin in hand, and her eyes landed on the 2 cucumbers and a bunch of cilantro in her basket. Suddenly, she had an idea. She could make cold skin noodles for dinner. Not wasting any time, Yang began kneading and washing the flour. Making cold skin noodles was neither too simple nor too complex. The main difficulty lay in washing the flour, where she had to wash a whole dough ball in water until it turned into a small ball of gluten. The washed dough water, after settling, could be used for steaming. Cold skin noodles originated from the northwest and were quite rare in Beijing at that time. Seeing Yang washing dough, Tsuhua curiously asked, Yang, what are you making? Yang explained, I'm washing dough to make cold skin noodles. Cold skin noodles. Tsuhua continued, can we eat them? Yes. Yang nodded. Tsuhua then asked, Yang, can one help with something? Yang replied, how about you slice the cucumbers and cut the cilantro and spring onions into segments, then crush some garlic. All right. Tsuhua straightaway started washing the vegetables efficiently. The mother-daughter duo cooperated superbly, and as soon as Yang finished washing the dough, Tsuhua had already chopped all the ingredients. So, Tsuhua started the fire under the stove, while Yang took her place by the pot to steam the noodles. Cold skin noodles were very filling and were great for the spleen and appetite when eaten in the summer, so Yang prepared a few extra plates for Granny Mo's breakfast the next day. Before long, the cold skin noodles were ready. Yang sliced the cold skin noodles and put them in a large bowl, added spring onions, cilantro, minced garlic, cucumber strips, and finally poured sesame oil, vinegar, and chili on top. The enticing aroma wafted even before she started mixing everything. Worried that the cold skin noodles alone wouldn't fill their stomachs, Yang also boiled 6 tea eggs with the eggs Yang Guobao had brought. Except for the tea leaves, Yang mixed all the marinades herself. In no time, the delicious aroma filled the entire courtyard. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.